Great words there from the late great John Virgo. Absolutely tremendous. And it was yesterday. Judgment Day Part 1 at the English Institute of Sport was an absolute belter. We had some of the old guard coming through as well as it felt like a really special day yesterday. Halfway stage, we had 6-5-4s, a 4-all, and a 6-3. And yet in the evening, we thought we were going to be here till midnight. They rattled all the way through. Yeah. I thought we had some great stories. Kowalski, Pullen, Moody, brilliant for the youngsters to make it through.
Absolutely. It was a day of drama, high quality snooker. And 10-9 Moody in the end. What a great match from the two players as well, and it'll be a great day for Stan Moody getting through, Liam Pullen getting through. And what about Kowalski? I mean, how emotional was that at the end? I went out and gave him a hug and that, and he was crying, tears of joy. And that's what snooker and that's what getting to the Crucible means to these guys, and richly deserved. It was just a fantastic day of snooker.
It really was, and we've got the same again coming up. We've got the countdown clock. There it is. We're less than 10 minutes to go. Don't worry, you won't miss a single beat of drama, and surely we won't get away with an early night tonight like we did last night. It really was a wonderful, wonderful day of snooker, and that's what Judgment Day means. And what was great, KD, it wasn't just brilliant for the three debutants. It also meant the world to Stevens, even though he's a two-time finalist. It meant the world to Gilbert, who's a two-time semi-finalist. Even the old guys are desperate to get through Judgment Day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a ding-dong battle Matthew Stevens had with a former world champion, Stuart Bingham. I mean, that's the standard, isn't it? And it was great for him to get through. Dave Gilbert had a tough match against Aaron Hill. Would be very, very disappointed as well. Once again, losing out, on Judgment Day to the same man is quite difficult for him, but he'll be back, I'm sure. But it means so much because walking down those stairs into that beautiful arena, to the full crowd at the World Championships, it doesn't get any better than that, and that's what all these players are vying for today. And you could see how much it meant to those guys who qualified yesterday, even though they've been there before so many times.
And I remember the last time I introduced you at the Crucible, you came down the stairs, you got down on your knees and kissed the carpet. Right then, OK, if you're not familiar with Judgment Day, this is how it works. So the top 16 are all ready, of course, into tomorrow morning's Draw 5 Live just before 9 o'clock. And we're halfway through. This is Judgment Day Part 2. So yesterday's 8 winners are also guaranteed to be walking down the stairs. So there are 8 places left. And these are the mouth-watering matches we have coming up for you this morning and this afternoon. How about that? That's an absolute mic drop.
Yeah.
Former finalist Jack Jones against former champion Luca Brecel. What a way to start, KD.
Yeah, that's the top billing. It has to be. The former champion coming back and trying to recount old glories and trying to make it back to the Crucible. And he's up against, Jack Jones, who of course got to the final as well, who's playing really well. Both of them are back to form, which is great. That's going to be an absolute belter.
I'm really looking forward to Carter against McGill. That's good enough to be a major ranking final. Carter, runner-up in 08 and 12. McGill, 9-4 and 69-0 down to the Minister of Defence. How did he turn that round?
That is incredible. To win that frame and then to claw 6 frames back, that is just, it just shows you how tough he is. And when he's playing well, he can topple anybody. So he's a wonderful cueist. That is going to be another cracking match we'll be keeping our eyes on as well.
4 potential debutants today. He Guo Chang is one of them, taking on Jack Lisowski. More of the jackpot in just a moment. Fan Zhengyi bidding to make it back to the Crucible for a 3rd time. Both his previous visits, he's played Mark Allen up against Ben Mertens, hoping to become only the 3rd Belgian to make it through to the Crucible. Zach Surety against Zhang Anda. Who could forget 4 tons in his first round last year? He lost to Ding Junhui, but set the record.
Yeah, incredible record. And, I remember the first time I played in the Crucible, nervous as a kitten I was, playing Steve Davis, but he now showed no nerves whatsoever. A wonderful achievement for him, record 4 centuries on his debut. And he's up against Zhang Anda, who over the last couple of seasons has been playing some unbelievable snooker. You know, he was on and off the tour a couple of times, and then all of a sudden he wins a tournament. He's right up there at the top of the game, and yeah, that's going to be a really tough game for both players.
Zhu Se has got his work cut out against Gary Wilson. I think Wilson's one of those. When he clicks and he's in the mood, he could go very deep, as he's done at the Crucible before, making it all the way to the semi-finals. He's now a 3-time ranking event winner. Zhu Se has never made it to the Crucible. That is a tough match. And what about this one? Li Pei Fan. Well, we know all about his 10-9 drama. What was he, 6-2 down to Wilson in the first round last year and beat him? And Ryan Day bidding for his 17th Crucible, Ken. And Dave Hendon came in this morning. I mean, the man eats, breathes and sleeps stats. He said, don't forget to tell everybody that Ryan Day has the record. He's qualified for the Crucible, bidding for his 17th appearance, but he's got the record number of qualifications of 12. That's unbelievable.
Well, that's amazing, yeah. I mean, he's always been thereabouts, hasn't he, Ryan Day? And when he plays well, you know, he's a you know, wonderful putter and great, very fast break builder. But he's up against a man, once again, he's coming into some unbelievable form. You know, fell off the tour, came back, won a tournament, you know, playing some great snooker and getting some consistency as well. So, yeah, that's a tough one. But Ryan Day, what a record he holds. That's amazing.
That's amazing. It is amazing. Maybe he's going to have to make it 13. Unlucky for some, but it won't be for him if he beats Li Pei Fan. Liam Highfield bidding for his 4th Crucible against Ollie Lines, who's never made it to Judgment Day before. He was 2, apparently, when his dad made his solo appearance, which I think was something like 98 or 99. Now, KD, I said we were going to talk a little more about the jackpot. Earlier this season, and it has been an incredible season, 15 different winners of the 17 ranking titles this year. I don't think that's ever happened before. It's probably a record. And a record 24 maximums so far, including Chan Bing-Yu's 147. But one of the greatest moments this season, Lisowski finally getting that ranking event win monkey off his back. We'll get KD's thoughts in a minute. If you missed it in Belfast, here's the climax.
It's a wonderful moment, it really is. I know Judge Trump will be disappointed, but I know he'll be delighted for his good pal.
Let the celebrations begin. Jack Lisowski, at long last, has won a title. And you can see the raw emotion. It's been a very difficult year for him. He's beaten his good friend here, Judd Trump, in a wonderful final. To finally get his hands on a trophy. What a wonderful moment for a special player.
And brilliant commentary there by Dave Hendon as well. Just that magic touch of saying enough, but also letting the pictures and the emotion breathe.
Yeah.
That's one of my favourite memories of snooker in nearly 20 years of covering the sport. To win that title in the same year in which his father passed away, when he travelled back early from the World Grand Prix. He's such a lovable guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's very well liked, you know. Lovely guy. You know, a lot. You know, the family. You know, his father passing away was very, very sad, very emotional, and probably a bit like Dennis when his mother passed away. He won his first major ranking tournament, went on to win the World Championship, and it was emotional. And everybody in the snooker world was absolutely delighted, including his good friend Judd Trump.
Yeah, great scenes.
It was great. Very emotional, and eventually got his first title under his belt after so many times losing in ranking finals. But it was great to see. He's such a talent, great to watch, and hopefully it will be the start of many, many more that he can win as well.
Quite right. But today he's going to have to play the pantomime villain, because if he's going back to the Crucible, he's going to down one of the 4 potential debutants, He Guo Chang, up against the jackpot Jack Lisowski. Ben Mertens bidding to become only the 3rd Belgian to make it through. Zhu Se, it's incredible he's never been there. And Ollie Lines, what an opportunity, but what pressure. Liam Highfield's come through Judgment Day a few times.
Yeah.
This is one of the biggest matches of Ollie Lines' careers. Even though he's been in the British Open semis before, this is huge today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know, as you said, his father's already been there. You know, he hasn't even been to Judgment Day, so to get to the Crucible would be a huge feather in his cap. Once again, very talented player, left-hander, great long putter, good scorer, And yeah, big game for him, and of course Liam Highfield as well. He's a very, very talented boy as well. This Ben Mertens from Belgium. I love watching him play.
Well, and what a contrast. Jamie Clark pulled out 5-0 down, so that was 10-0. And then he was taken 10-9 by Wan Si-jun. So he's had to really earn his place. He's gone through a real learning curve over the last week or so. The name there on the trophy, Joe Davis, born on this very day in 1901 before winning the title for a 15th time and then producing the mic drop moment, putting the cue down and saying, I have nothing more left to achieve. It really is going to be an amazing day today, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And he commissioned this wonderful cup for £6.10 back in 1926. And it's the same cup that they're still playing for today. Isn't that amazing?
It really is. And it's amazing that the Crucible is still our rightful home through to 2045. There's nowhere like Sheffield. And today, Dave Hendon, there is absolutely nowhere like the English Institute of Sport. Judgment Day Part 2. May you and Stephen Hallworth steer this crazy ship through the muddied and dramatic storm-filled waters. Here we go, Captain.
Thank you, Rob. Understated as ever. £6.10. That's actually what me and Stephen are getting paid today. But we don't mind, because after yesterday, what a thrilling day it was. I'm going to go round the 8 tables for you just to set the matches up. We're getting the break-off shot here. Luca, Brecel and Jack Jones. I mean, this is a blockbuster. Luca, of course, world champion 3 years ago. Jack Jones, runner-up 2 years ago, Stephen, but only one. He's going to be at the Crucible this year.
It's such a good matchup, this, isn't it, between two fabulous players, and both will be desperate to get to the Crucible. I was so impressed with Luca Brecel in his previous match against Chang Bing-yu. We've been wondering where the Brecel of old has been recently, and boy, was he back in that game against Chang Bing-yu. Played so well. You can tell he's been practicing, but Jack Jones, one of the toughest match competitors we've got on the World Snooker Tour. This is going to be a cracker.
Yeah, Chang, very open player. Jack Jones may be more able to contain Brecel. We'll find out over the course of the day. Table 2, a lot of Crucible pedigree here as well. You can see them in the background there. And a big crowd in again, by the way, today. They were queuing up about an hour before play began. Ali Carter, runner-up to Ronnie O'Sullivan in 2008 and 2012. And Anthony McGill, of course, heartbreakingly just missed out on reaching the final, lost in that epic semi-final to Corin Wilson 2020. But, of course, McGill has already pulled up miracles, winning that match against O'Donnell from 9-4 down 10-9 in the last round.
And that makes him a dangerous man, doesn't it? Because, you know, he probably resigned himself to the fact that his World Championship dream was over for this year. 69-0 down at 9-4. You're pretty much starting the engine in the car for the long journey back to Scotland, but he's still here and he's still batting, and he's a proper player, and so is Ali Carter, and that makes for a really tough match here on table 2.
I think they're going to have to be prized apart, aren't they? And we look forward to following it throughout the course of the day. Remember, it's 9 frames first session. Table 3, of course, we've already spoken there in the studio about Jack Lisowski, one of the great moments of the season, without question, him beating Judd Trump to win his first ranking title. Of course, since then, he's won the Bet Victor bonus prize for the home nations, got to the Welsh Open final, so it's been a great season. He's up against He Guo Chang, one of 4 players today attempting to join the 3 yesterday who booked their debuts. They've only played once before, so not much to go on. But it's worth saying, Jack was pushed in the last round, wasn't he, by Umut Dikma? And although he'll be favourite here, everyone, as we know, everyone is under pressure.
Yeah, there is so much pressure out there, and I think from He Guo Chang's perspective, if you're going to play somebody to try and book your debut at the Crucible, you'd like to play someone of a similar style to Jack Lisowski, because you know what you're going to get with him. He's going to play his aggressive style that he likes. He plays the game how he wants to play. And if he's not quite firing on all cylinders, that then will mean that He Guo Chang will get chances today, and then it's a case of whether he can stand up and take them. But Lisowski full of confidence this season. It's been a breakthrough season, really. Got the trophy in the cabinet and plenty to look forward to, and is a danger for anyone, as we know. He's a special player.
Yeah, it'll be very dangerous if he gets there. Table 4, will Big Ben strike? Ben Mertens seems to be taller every time we see him. Of course, hoping, along with Luca Brecel, to represent Belgium at the Crucible, make his debut. Fang Zhengyi's played there twice before. Lost both times, actually, to Mark Allen. I did his match, actually, against Yan Lu Hao in an earlier round, and I thought he was very impressive, actually. He's just a really good match player, so massive for Mertens. But, of course, he came through a very tight one, didn't he? 10-9 in the last round against Wan Si-jun, and he wouldn't have been favourite to win that.
No, and it's been a strange one from Fang Zhengyi, because where has he gone in the last couple of seasons? You know, he won the European Masters, didn't he, a few years ago, and he's just gone missing, but he's on the rise once again. He's a player that needed results, really, you felt, and they've started to arrive. He hasn't been tested, I don't feel, in this qualifying process yet, whereas Ben Mertens has. He's had a real tough match to come through, 10-9. That would have certainly sharpened him up, and again, another match that's very tough to call.
Everyone just looking to settle down as quickly as they can. We'll go through the remaining tables for you. Table 5, Zach Surety and Zhang Anda. Of course, Zhang's been seeded the last couple of years at the Crucible, having to qualify this year. Zach Surety made his debut last year, and he made 4 centuries against Ding Junhui. It was an incredible performance. He didn't win the match, but 4 centuries, and they were actually within 5 frames. So, remarkable set of performances, and I'm sure having tasted that and having got the sort of debut out the way, he'd love to get back there, and might be dangerous if he did.
Yeah, listen, Zhang Anda, he's a top 16 player when he plays to the level that he can. He really is. I've played him a couple of times this season and he's completely dismantled me. He really is a top player. Zach Surety, I think, will enjoy this match because this is a proper test for him today. And if he's going to get back to the Crucible, you know, what better way to get there than beat a top player as Zhang Anda is. Zach Surety is full of confidence in recent years. His whole demeanour has changed around the sport. His outlook is different. He's in a great place and he's playing great snooker.
Well, one man who I think will be one to avoid for the seeds is Gary Wilson if he qualifies. He didn't last year, but here he is against Xu Se, who is another potential debutant from China. And Wilson, of course, a semi-finalist in 2019, lost to the eventual winner, Judd Trump. He's ranking actually 27. I had to double check that, but of course he's had points coming off from the good season he had a couple of years ago. He did get to a final this season, but his form's been a bit erratic. But he beat, of course you could have played him, Stephen, but he beat the man who beat you, Alan Taylor. He beat him handsomely, 10-1.
Yeah, he's another level really, isn't he, Gary Wilson? I played him on Judgement Day here a few years ago actually, and you know, it was bittersweet because he just absolutely pumped me that day. Barely missed a ball. I think he had 9 breaks over 70, and that is the part of his game that is just so impressive. It's his strongest attribute, his scoring. He reels the frames off very quickly, and if Xu Se is going to book a Crucible debut spot, he'll have earned it.
Well, it wouldn't be Judgement Day as Wilson gets into the Reds. It wouldn't be Judgement Day without Ryan Day. As we know, he's the record holder for qualifications, 12. Leipei Fan got there last year, beat Karen Wilson. Of course, he's a former Scottish Open champion. But Ryan just seems to know how to qualify, basically, how to get to 10.
Yeah, Ryan Day, he's just a part of the fixtures and fittings here at the English Institute, isn't he? It seems strange that he would never be involved in a Judgement Day, and here he is once again, and you know, he's going to be a tough task for Leipei Fan. But Leipei Fan is a strange one because you don't really think of him as a contender for the events, but you know, he's a great player on his day, and you know, he's a real sort of fighter out there, fantastic player, and yeah, another game that could go very, very close.
And finally, table 8 is Liam Highfield against Oliver Lyons, and Lyons another potential debutant. We'll stay on this table because Liam Highfield's on a break of 44. He's played at the Crucible 3 times, not since 2022 though, so it's been 4 years. Of course, since then he's been off the tour. He had that injury, had to get back on. He's already beaten Oliver Brown, Wang Yichen, and of course Stephen Maguire, 10-5. That was the big one.
45.
You had a word with Oliver beforehand. He's confident.
Yeah, and why shouldn't he be? He's playing good snooker. I think he's in a great place in terms of the rankings. You know, everything away from the game is in good nick as well. So this should be a very tightly contested match, I feel. They played in the English Open earlier this season, and it was a bit of a gruelling match between the pair. It went the way of Liam Highfield, so Oliver looking for a bit of revenge, but both players will see this as an opportunity. They'll both fancy the job today, and I think that'll make for a really good match.
We'll just stay on this table to see if Highfield can make the perfect start, and of course we'll be taking you around all the best bits of action. It was just a fantastic day yesterday, wasn't it? It really was, and very dramatic. There's some wonderful stories, some emotion, all the things you want really from Judgement Day, and I'm sure today will be very similar. And a good mix of very experienced players, Crucible campaigners, potential debutants, and just players looking to essentially rescue their season by finishing it at the Crucible. That's what everyone wants to do.
Yeah, and it was just over 12 months ago that myself and Liam got back on the main tour via the Q Tour playoffs. So his last season was a whole different kettle of fish to what it's been this year. He's back in the big time, and what an achievement it will be for Liam Highfield if he can, on his first year of his tour card, get back to the holy grail of our sport. But it's going to be a tough match, this. I was impressed with Oliver, how he came through his match against Ben Wollaston. I think at one point he was something like 8-4 up against Ben, and his high break was 38. That shows you how tough of a match player that he is now. No doubt he's learnt so much from his father, Peter.
Yeah, Peter played there 1998. Oliver would have been 2, so there's no memories of it, but it will be, of course, a first for father and son to have played there. Highfield not quite over the line yet. Needs a red and a colour. Gary Wilson is going to be over the line. He's on a break of 79. He's going to win the first frame against Juicer, possibly with a century there. But let's see if Highfield can knock this in, get on a colour, and then it should be 1-0. Well, that's excellent. And that'll make him feel good. You know, there'll be nerves out there, of course. Frame 1, just looking to settle, and you can't really ask for more than making the most of your first chance.
Yeah, and I think in a game like this where both players will fancy the job, I think it's great that the first frame is won in one visit by either, because it might just set the tone for this match. They'll both be nervy today, and quite often the first frame can have an impact on how the match is going to be played out. So this could do the world of good for this game.
Okay, well, we'll give Liam Highfield this frame with that red. He's made sure. Let's just show you Gary Wilson. He's made the great start here. This is a break of 101. And he's still going. So Gary Wilson, he is one of those players, I think you always have to check, is he a seed or a qualifier? Because he's sort of in and out the top 16 quite a lot. He was in earlier this season, but those points coming off obviously had an effect. But listen, he's a very, very dangerous player. If he gets through, I think he's one of the leading players you don't really want to draw if you're a seed.
109.
Yeah, he's a nightmare draw for anyone, really, because of his scoring. It's as simple as that. He really does score so heavy and so quickly.
This is the 152nd century of the qualifiers, by the way. Incredible standard we've seen.
140.
Just a reminder, the draw is tomorrow morning, 8:45. So by this time tomorrow, we'll know who the top 16 are facing. The debutants so far, Stan Moody, Liam Pullen, Anthony Kowalski. We'll find out who they're going to be taking on. So exciting for them. I wonder how they slept last night, or if they slept.
123.
Well, Gary seems to have got this table absolutely nailed down. He's got the pace, and it's been the perfect start.
The black for a total clearance of 136 to launch Judgment Day. Superb from Gary Wilson. Excellent start from him. Table 5, Zhang Anda doing similar here. He's 53 in front, so 51 on. Just make sure the pink should stop any playing on from Zach Surety. Yeah, I mean, again, because he, like Gary Wilson, really, you know, he's been seeded there. Never won a match at the Crucible. It's worth saying that. He never seemed to have produced much form there, but again, I don't think you would handpick him if you were a seeded player, because he's just so tough. And a heavy scorer as well, as we're seeing here. Liam Highfield, by the way, has made a century also. We were watching that frame. He has got to the century mark, so already 2 on the board this morning. Zhang Anda looking to make it 3. So often down the years, the great players like Hendry, O'Sullivan, John Higgins will start a big match with a century, just laying down a marker for their opponents. This is what you're going to get today. Well, it's going to be under break, but a very solid start.
80.
Table 4, Fang Zhengyi looking to win the first frame against Ben Mertens. 40 in front. Well, is he on this red? He's having a good look.
46.
Doesn't give a lot away. I tell you one thing about, he's always very well turned out. He's got that nice suit on.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about it when he first dispatched the brown suit, but it's growing on me. It is growing on me. You don't see many of them, do you?
Now, Ding, I think, has got similar, hasn't he? So maybe that's a bit of inspiration. Well, we're seeing
47.
a few players here hitting the ground running. There's a break of 47, so if he can pop the black, he leads by 48. He'll need another red to secure the opening frame.
Heavily left eye dominant, isn't he, Fang Zhengyi? When you're right down the line of his cue, you can see, even for a right-hander, he gets that head right over the top, chin down the right side. That keeps the left eye on the line.
55.
So Fan off the mark. Now then, table one, a lot of people, of course, are very interested in, understandably, today. Luca Brecel, he made his first century of the season in that match against Chan Bing-yu, incredibly. Now, he hadn't played in everything, but basically had been AWOL. But the World Championship, of course, is a tournament he's proven in. And a lot of people would love to see him at the Crucible. Jack Jones not amongst them. Just coming to the end of the break here.
It's a remarkable stat, that, isn't it? The fact that he's only made his first century in that match against Chan Bing-yu of this season. Now, where has Luca gone? What has happened to him? But that has been a question on most people's mind. But I think he set the tail straight in the last game. You could tell he's just been practicing and he's been putting the work in. And why wouldn't he? You know, it's the World Championships, as you say.
Well, that snooker has yielded another opening for the Belgian. The match with Chan Bing-yu is honestly, it's one of the best matches all season in any tournament. It was just fantastic viewing. Obviously, Chang with the maximum got the bonus, having made one in the UK Championship, and a lot of people thought he would qualify. But Luca had other ideas.
Yeah, and I think Luca himself actually posted on his social media to say that it was in the top 3 matches that he's ever played. And the standard was that good, and that's what he thought of it. And, you know, that could do him the world of good going forward, because that's probably just sparked a little something in him, you know. That enjoyment might be back. It was so enjoyable to watch. It would definitely been enjoyable to play. And I just wonder if that's just ignited something within him for this World Championship.
Well, they didn't really split, but he is on one, so he can continue the break. Yeah, listen, he's a maverick, isn't he? He does things his own way. He did the year he won it. He'd never won a match at the Crucible. But it was an extraordinary series of matches he won. Didn't intend that cannon on the black, but anyway, he's still in business. Yeah, I mean, he beat Ricky Walden in a decider, Mark Williams in a close match, 10-6 down to Ronnie O'Sullivan, 14-5 down to Serge Arway, and then somehow beat Mark Selby over 2 days at the Crucible, which not many have done. Third session was incredible. It was 9-8 overnight. Selby had the maximum. And he came out and he made 4 centuries in those 8 frames to pull away. Selby came back at him at night, but Luca held him off. Amazing. Made a century in the last frame of the final.
Yeah, not many people would have ever thought that a player like Luca Brecel, no disrespect to him, he's a fabulous snooker player, but not many people would have thought that he could beat Mark Selby over 2 days in Sheffield. I'm not even sure he himself probably thought that he could, but didn't he earn that? Goodness me, what a win that was. One of the great world finals that we've seen, in my opinion. prove to himself and everyone else what a special, special talent he is.
Working hard on this break. It's not conventional black and pink out of the picture, but the ball's still being potted. Well, the pink must go.
Oh, and he's played that like an absolute dream, because he's got just the slightest of angles on this pink to disturb the reds. Well, he didn't have a lot of room to play with there, the cue ball going into the pink off the side cushion. Played it to perfection. Now he's got a red. He's got 2 reds available really, but neither are
29.
dead certs. They need a little care and attention.
Of course, he lost day 1 2 years ago, the Crucible curse and all of that. Dave Gilbert beat him. Last year they got to the quarterfinals. He blitzed ding, didn't he, in round 2 before Judd Trump beat him in the quarters. It was 8-all actually going into the last session. Trump pulled away. But yeah, I think once you've won the World Championship, that speaks for itself, doesn't it? And if he does make it to the Crucible, you know, he could be very dangerous again. Seems very determined as well. You know, I think obviously he's not had a great season, but it's not over yet. But this frame should be over because he's potted effectively frame ball. So snooker's required here. Table 2, Anthony McGill, Ali Carter. This, I would be surprised if this isn't close, but we'll see. But at the moment, in frame 1, it's McGill 17 points in front. And the last red is the issue here, nailed to the top cushion. So you'll need the red and the black to take a lead against Carter, who's looking to reach the Crucible for a 22nd time. Oh, the red wriggles and drops. Of course, these tables were recovered before yesterday's play, so maybe just taking the balls a little bit more than before. Anyway, this black, and it should be 1-0 to McGill. He's beaten at the World Championship at the Crucible. He's beaten Selby, Trump and O'Sullivan over the years, amongst many others. So he, again, is somebody who the seeds would look at and think he's a danger man.
Yeah, and he's looking for a big end to what started off as a great season, didn't it? He got to the final of the British Open, and since then he's not really kicked on. So, but you just always fancy Anthony McGill, you know, in the longer matches, because he just plays that way. His style is suited, I feel, to the longer formats.
So the first frame goes to McGill with a nice break in the end. Table 3, Jack Lisowski and He Guo Chang in the balance. Of course, it's not quite true to say the gloves are off because he's wearing one, but yeah, he's an interesting player. He kind of came through quite quickly and impressed early on. Has maybe just fallen back a little. Got to the quarterfinals of the British Open 2023. Nothing better than the last 16 this season, but as I keep saying, the season's not over yet. Jack Lisowski, a great fan favourite. He's played at the Crucible 8 times, quarterfinalist 2022, lost in a decider to John Higgins, no less. Now then, he's left this, I think.
Now, if he can get this red and get nicely on the black, that would help, because the red along the top cushion will be easier. At least getting to it from the black and then potting it to then play back on the black. So, key positional shot coming up. Didn't look much, but it was important that he had the angle correct on this black to get on that red now. No, we'll need that yellow, which is close to the side rail. So that potentially offers a lifeline for Jack Lisowski.
Eight. 9.
For those who maybe haven't thought about it, Stephen, why is he wearing a glove?
It's basically because, you know, we saw a good example yesterday. I'll tell you a player who could do with wearing a glove. It was Jiang Jun, because, you know, sometimes the wood of the cue, it maybe has a little bit of varnish on it. Most players tend to, you know, use the ash cues, which are quite smooth. Some players use maple, but basically because of the perspiration on the hands, you know, if you've got quite sweaty hands out there when you're under pressure, it just, the cue goes through obviously very, very smooth with a glove on. That's the only reason. There's a few players that have used them down the years. Ross Muir, another one that springs to mind.
Yeah, well, you're too young to remember him, but Nigel Gilbert, he played at the Crucible, played Terry Griffiths there one year. He had a glove. Oh. What a shot that is. Glove or no glove. That's superb, and that looks like a frame winner.
Yeah, that was really top draw. That pot from He Guo Chang. Dear me, they're tight down the rails, these tables, and that didn't touch the sides.
21.
So frame ball. He's done well here. It's been a terrific contribution, this.
25.
Yeah, quite a lengthy opener. Just over the 25-minute mark, but importantly for He Guo Chan, it's gone his way. And he's off and running here on Judgment Day. Big, big day of snooker ahead for him. Chance to realise his dream.
36.
So we'll just watch him pot this black, and then we'll go back to table 8. Liam Highfield has started with a 1-2-6 there, and he's in again, already on a break of 50 against Oliver Lyons. He hasn't had much of a look in yet.
Liam Highfield is one of those characters that if you can get under his skin early, you know, he can blow up out there. You know, his temperament has let him down over the years, but when he's on it, he is such a good snooker player, and it's a wonder why he's not done more in the game. And so far this morning, he's showing us the latter, just how well he can play. His tempo around the table, his rhythm this morning. He's not rushing. Look at how he's walking. He's just in this slow sort of trance out there where everything is just spot on at the minute.
Yeah, and I think dropping off the tour, which obviously was unfortunate, he was involved in a sort of bizarre accident with a scooter, wasn't he? But it may in the end have done him a favour, because it showed him, you know, what life was like not on the tour, and he's had to work very hard to get back on. Maybe possibly appreciates it a bit more now. So yeah, I've always rated Liam Highfield. He's from that sort of, we talk about the class of 92, but players who were born around that time in the early 90s, Kyron Wilson, Anthony McGill, Jack Jones, he's part of that vintage. Judd Trump, of course, Lisowski. Great junior players all. He's missed that though, so that was surprising. Just needed another red. Well, this is an opportunity that I'm sure Ollie Lyons didn't think he was going to get.
Yeah, and that just there illustrates the importance of staying focused when you're in your seat, because Oliver would not have expected to come back to the table with an opportunity, and 67 on, he's got the chance for a big clearance. First few shots are key here, just to find his cueing arm. No, he's played that split delightfully. Now all these reds are on, and this is a massive moment very early on in this game. That red just to the northwest of the black spot is not causing any problems. The red on the left side cushion is okay. So this is a good chance.
Another Yorkshire lad, of course, from Leeds. Younger Moody I'm pulling through yesterday. Guaranteed a great reception next week.
But that is a bad miss. And he really thought clearly there. because playing on the pink from the previous red was a good decision, but missing the pink is criminal, and he's going to lose the frame.
So disappointing not to be able to punish the Liam Highfield unexpected miss. So an early blow that.
Yeah, and it just unsettles him a little bit, you feel, because there's no viable reason as to why he would miss that pink. Right behind it.
Just to say, Lepe fans won the first frame against Ryan Day. We're going to go to table 2 and just show you Ali Carter, having lost the opening frame to McGill. 21 appearances at the Crucible and 2 finals
25.
in amongst it all. Was unlucky, I suppose, to draw Ronnie O'Sullivan twice, although, you know, you don't get lucky in finals, but this was real peak O'Sullivan when he played him.
Yeah, no, he is unlucky, isn't he? Because, you know, he could play anyone, and even Ronnie at any time, but at that particular time he was unbeatable, wasn't he? So, you know, he probably, but for that, will have had a world title on his CV, but, you know, not many people consider Ali as a contender for the World Championship, but he absolutely is. You know, he's got the pedigree there, he's, you know, been in big final this season, albeit feels a long time ago now, the Shanghai Masters.
31.
Yeah, and then his results seemed to tail off a bit. I think he had a few off-table issues he was dealing with. Got to the semi-finals of the German Masters at the Tempodrome in Berlin in late January. You know what you're going to get from Ali. He's a great competitor. He's going to give it absolutely everything. And that applies equally to his opponent, Anthony McGill.
36.
Well, we saw Brecel, Lucas Brecel take the first frame. Jack Jones with a good chance, you've got to say, to level up here on table 1. We're going to just split the screen for you, try and get across all the action.
Yeah, these are the 2 feature tables here, and, you know, it's such a good setup at the Institute of Sport in Sheffield now. It really is. The arena that the rigging team have created, you know, it feels like a proper setup. A lot of space around the tables, as we mentioned yesterday. You're not going to get that luxury at the Crucible. You know, there's plenty of room to think and breathe out there.
Now, has this gone wrong for Carter? The other thing is the atmosphere. I mean, the crowd, they're packed in, aren't they? There's barely a seat to be had. I heard a lot of noise yesterday. Brilliant. You know, the World Championship, obviously everyone thinks of the Crucible quite rightly, but these 10 days are full of drama, as we proved yesterday. Full of excitement. Yeah, Carter went wrong, so having to accept that. Play safe, 43-point lead as Jones ploughs on.
Ali Carter 44.
Yeah, he played the split actually quite well from the black, because it wasn't the best of packs to go into from a high black. Caught them nicely, and but for the cue ball finishing where it did, he would have absolutely have been on a red.
It's good solid stuff from Jack Jones. He's got such a good record in this tournament, hasn't he? You know, he's only played 3 times at the Crucible, but they're all memorable. I mean, last year he lost to Zhao Xingtong, but obviously that was the start for Xingtong. But quarterfinals the first year, runner-up the next. Beating the likes of Trump, Robertson, and various others as well along the way.
a great scorer, isn't he, Jack Jones? I think back to that Championship League that we covered when he made that record amount of century breaks. Got to the point where he actually withdrew himself from the event because he was just that sick and tired of playing so much snooker.
Fed up of making centuries. 32 he made. Carter with another chance on table 2 there. Already 43 in front.
1.
Just kissed that red card, is sort of a little bit betwixt, but anyway, he's got a chance to continue as Jack Jones presses on towards a century.
87.
He's a lovely cueist, actually, Jack Jones. I practiced with him a little bit at the academies a few years ago, and he's got this real long swing on his cue action. He doesn't seem to have too much of a pause either. Just back and forward. This black for the ton.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
6.
It's a niche point, but we're amongst friends. There's very few actually at the Crucible one-time finalists. I can think of Perry Manns going back, Doug Mountjoy, Nigel Bond, Jack Jones, another one. But it's a very short list. Quite often, players get to multiple finals like Ali Carter, or they've won a final, lost one. John Parrott, for example. Of course, we've had a few players who've won the title and not got to another final. Neil Robertson, Stuart Bingham spring to mind. And, of course, the most recent winners as well, Brecel and Sing Tong, although he's favourite this year.
111.
It's been a really well-controlled break, this, from Jack Jones, and he's a very measured player, isn't he? He never rushes out there. He just goes about in his own little way.
14.
He's got his own rhythm around the table. That's fine. It's unique to everyone.
Meanwhile, Carter is just making heavy weather of this. Big shot for Ali Carter as Jones looks to complete the total clearance. Well, in fact, he's playing safe, pushing a red safe.
129.
Ali Carter. 14.
Well, it's lovely stuff from Jack Jones. Levelling up one apiece with that 136 as McGill looks to pot that. Hasn't done so. Table 4, though. Let's have a look, see if Ben Mertens can level up here. Lost the first to Fang Zhengyi. Was 54-0 down in this frame, but 2 reds left. A chance to level up. And just as we join it, he misses that.
Oh, it was a bad strike, wasn't it? Perhaps a little thinner than he would have liked, the red, and he was just trying to nip into the bottom of the cue ball to hold for the black, and in doing so, he's just completely decelerated on the strike, missed the ball thin. He's had a result that he's not left it. So Zach Surety has clawed back a deficit in this frame, and now he's got the chance to maybe get the steal. The brown is in not a bad position for a left-hander. He'll come round now just to have a look at where he'd like to leave his cue ball. Somewhere there would be nice. So 2 big shots coming up.
It's a great yellow, wasn't it, to start with?
Oh, it's just run on. He's not pleased with that one. He's going to need all the kit out now from underneath the table. The long rest, the extension, everything will be out here, you feel. And it makes the shot a little bit more difficult now. Bit of work to be done with that cue ball and getting back for the blue. So a lifeline potentially for Zhang Anda.
As Mertens looks to make the best of this opportunity.
just needs to give this red every chance of dropping. Yellow's waiting. Yeah, 2 good pots. In particular, the pot from Zach Surety, the brown, that was very, very missable. But he's played it well and should take the frame now to get his first frame on the board. And both players nicely settled in.
Yeah, you feel Mertens needs to take this chance as well on the left-hand side after missing the penultimate red with the rest.
32.
Yeah, Surety looking confident here. Having got a taste for the Crucible last year.
9.
Yeah, great clearance that from Zach Surety to level at 1-all. Let's keep on Ben Mertens here.
12.
Looking to emulate, of course, Luca Brecel as the second Belgian to play at the Crucible. Julien Leclerc was eliminated in the previous round, the third Belgian on tour.
16.
Another player that you fear for at the Crucible. Look at the size of the boy. He might have the longest limbs I've ever seen. But this pink is for the frame. And safely in.
There'll be plenty of people watching in Belgium. There's plenty of people watching Full Stop yesterday who had 300,000 views across the 2 platforms, YouTube and WST Play. So thank you very much for tuning in. And you're rewarded with great entertainment. We're going now, as you can see, to table 3, where Hugo Chang is 1-0 up on Jack Lisowski. Yeah, it wasn't a nice shot, was it?
29.
No, he was perfectly in just a few moments ago and somehow lost his way there. And at first glance, he's not left much for Jack Lisowski to go at, so that is potentially a big moment in this second frame.
Yeah, take a bit of working out this. So let's see Ryan Day, the qualifying maestro. He's been 12 times successful, more than anyone else, and lost the first to Lepe Fan, but 50-0 up here.
50.
His form these days, I think he would agree, is a bit erratic. It's a bit up and down, but he's got 4 ranking titles to his name. He's got the pedigree of qualifying. Had a good win over Ishpreet Singh Chadha from India in the previous round, 10-8. That was a right old tussle. Hasn't got past the last 32 of a ranking event this season, though, so not been the best campaign. Down at 35 in the world. He's a 3 times quarter-finalist at the Crucible. Well, as we watch this, the big guns have arrived in the commentary box. Rob and Ken are going to take over shortly. It's been a really good start. We've had centuries, we've had a couple of clearances, all set up for what will be a thrilling day of snooker. Ryan Day just looking to close this out, and he'll need another red after the brown, and it should be 1-all. So, in goes the red, and I will leave you with Rob and Ken.
$69. 70.
Great work there from Dave Hendon and Stephen Hallworth, who've headed off for a short break. Great response this from Ryan Day, the man who has the record of 12 times coming through qualifying to make it to the Crucible, bidding for his 17th Crucible campaign in all. Long time since he's been in the quarters, 08, 09 and 2012. But what a good standard of snooker we've had so far in the first hour. Lovely break of 1-3-6, I think it was, from Jack Jones on table 1 to level things up against Luca Brecel. Liam Highfield started quickly on table 8 against Ollie Lyons, 2-0 up. Let's stay with this to see whether Ryan Day can negotiate his way to a century in the second frame against Lee Pei Fan.
90. $91. $98.
Well, this will require a little bit of accuracy. Oh, nicely done, Ryan Day. Well done indeed. It kind of feels, Ken, it wouldn't be a judgment day if Ryan Day wasn't involved.
Yeah,
he basically seems to be like part of the furniture.
Yeah, he beat me one year here, Judgment Day.
107.
That I do remember. But yeah, he's an old hand at it now, isn't he? Very experienced.
112.
But this is what he can do when he's, when he's playing well. He's a wonderful scorer. He possesses wonderful cue power, as you could just see there.
118.
He's dangerous when he's on form and when he's got his tail up and confidence. Great break.
125, I'm afraid.
Oh, brilliant, 125 from Ryan Day. Why don't we go and have a look at Ali Carter on table 2. He's on a break of 32, 1 apiece. He and Anthony McGill. I've been really looking forward to this match, Ken. I still can't quite get my head around 9-4 down, Anthony McGill.
And 69.
And 69. And he turned it round.
It's incredible.
Ridiculous.
Isn't it? Yeah. Incredible. And then he's got to do it all again against a man who's, of course, been in 2 World Championship finals. Oh, that's gone wrong. That has gone wrong. It was 5 reds, 5 blacks as well. But just didn't get enough right-hand side on the cue ball. Widen the angle off that cushion to come out for the red that he kissed. So important. Take your medicine and get that cue ball tight to that ball cushion. Try to hide it behind the green if you can. And he hasn't done that. He's left the long red for Anthony McGill. And winning matches like that, Rob, I mean, it gives you such confidence, that he wouldn't have had. That probably would have been missing for Anthony McGill because he hasn't been, where you would expect him to be with his game. So a match like that can really give you a wonderful boost.
Yes, turned it round out of nowhere. And his form kind of came out of nowhere. You and I were in Cheltenham when he made that great run to the British Open final, beat Stan Moody, John Higgins. And I actually thought he should have won that final against Shaun Murphy at the British Open. He played well and had the early advantage. Oh, Carter's disgusted with himself for that.
Yeah. It came off a bit straight, that red. I don't know whether he got a bit of a heavy contact. Yeah, look at the crowds here. I was walking in, this morning, just about 10:30. And, I mean, the crowds are all the way outside, to the footpath coming in. It was quite incredible. They're all keen, and it's just a wonderful couple of days. Well, I mean, since we've been here, what is it, 8 or 9 days now?
Yeah, Easter Monday we started. It's incredible.
Yeah, the crowds have been fantastic. They really have. And that's what you need, because sometimes you play in qualifiers and it's like one man and his dog in the crowd. But here it's been great. It's great for the players because that creates wonderful atmosphere as well. Nothing worse than playing in front of, empty crowds. But the crowds have been brilliant all week. Great to see.
Well, brilliant value as well. If you're watching Judgment Day, I know Dave Hendon's been updating everyone with record numbers of people tuning in for day one yesterday. We're up to over 300,000 now. If you're looking at this and you fancy a bit next year, it's only 12 quid for an all-day ticket. Because the prize is so big of the Crucible, and the fact that you're going to get debutants coming through, as we had 3 yesterday, and the old guys like Gilbert and Stevens rolling back the years in style, there are some really intriguing matches. It almost feels like it's a ranking event in its own right.
Yeah, I think, well, they get to see the young and the experienced, don't they? You know, they got to see the young players coming through yesterday. Kowalski, Moody, Pullen. Fantastic stories for them. And then also the old guard. See the Binghams and the Matthew Stevens, of course, getting through in that epic match. So, yeah, it's wonderful value. And if you're a snooker lover, aficionado, then this is the place to be for the couple of days. This is a quality match. Ball's absolutely perfect here for Anthony McGill for a counter clearance. 9 points behind, but
31.
It's just a matter of keeping good close control on that cue ball.
32.
He Guo Chang has just taken the second frame against Lisowski, by the way, so he's 2-0 up. 1 apiece, Brecel and Jones, 1 apiece, Surety and Ander. Gary Wilson 2-1 up on Zhu Se. Andy's in the balls in the 4th on a break of 26. A very fast start from the 2-time Scottish Open and Welsh Open champion on table 6. But let's stay with this and see whether Anthony McGill can capitalise on this opportunity.
He'd love to be able to remove that red from the pink, and he'd be on the 2 reds into the left corner pocket. No, I tried to just take the left red. I think he's okay. He's just gone far enough. But that's the only problem red, the red just left of the pink. Tables have been playing beautiful all week. Really have. The table fitters have done a wonderful job. Now, can he split up the pink and red here? No, not again. He's going to leave it till last. I don't think that red is potable into the left corner, so he's going to
53.
Need a little connection on that red very soon. May play it off the blue here. It's a bigger target, but not a great angle. So maybe the red is it on? Is it potable? Left of the pink? Must be. Must be. It's very close, but it obviously is. And that makes a difference. Yeah, no problem.
60.
Not a moment of hesitation as he saw the cue ball roll into position. Wilson's break is now 51, by the way. Zhang Ander's taken the 3rd, so he'll be 2-1 up. He's still at the table on a break of 61, but he'll be 2-1 up shortly against Zach Surety. Lisowski took a step out of the arena, 66. Having lost that second frame to He Guo Chan, so yet to settle into that match, the reigning Northern Ireland Open champion. Fantastic Judgment Day crowds, they really are. I haven't got the official figures, but I'd be surprised if that isn't a record for Judgment Day Part 2. Absolutely packed at the English Institute.
Yeah, 67. Wonderful atmosphere, as indeed there was yesterday. So 27 ahead, just the pink to make sure, and good clearance this. When you consider Ali Carter was in, made a little mistake with his positioning on 5 reds, 5 blacks, and then of course missed the red into this bottom right corner pocket when he got a second chance. But great break and a possible century here. 25 points still on the table. Needs them all to get 100. Bang on.
82.
Come on then, Anthony. Saw an excellent century from Ryan Day. Jack Jones is at a 136.
87.
Gary Wilson's on a break of 78. About to head to their mid-session. That's going quickly. Come on, Anthony. Come on, Anthony. Not to be the century, but that's a great visit for Anthony McGill. Gary Wilson is such a dangerous player
86.
when it all clicks. Runner-up in Wuhan, and I mean, his list of
87.
wins en route to that final. He took out Murphy, Trump, Higgins and Allen, and very, very nearly beat Xiao Guodong. He only lost in a decider. He's one of those, Ken, he's genuinely fearless. When some players say, oh, they don't care who the opponent is, they play the balls, you think, yeah, that sounds great, but can you actually execute that? I genuinely don't think Wilson cares who the opponent is. It's all about him.
Yeah, it's all about him and his sort of his mental state as well, how confident he is, because sometimes he's very, very hard on himself, and that can be detrimental to your game. But that's a lovely century. As you say, when he's in flow and when he's confident and he believes, I just like to see him believe in himself is sort of a bit more and be not so negative, you know, when he gets down on himself, because that has an effect on you for sure. But yeah, when he's flowing, he's great to watch. He's so quick as well. Wonderful break builder, it really is. And he's going to take a nice lead, 3-1 into the interval, and yeah, he's looking good.
Horrible looking table, by the way, for Luca Brecel and Jack Jones. There's reds all over the place. Blue off its spot, black off its spot. So they're in the very early stages of the third. We'll stay with this excellent break from Gary Wilson before he heads off for a sweet tasting cup of tea.
111.
Highfield and Lyons were tied at 52 points apiece in the third frame, but Highfield's on a break and looks like he's just about to take it, and that'll be 3-0.
Yeah, he looks like, I was speaking to Anthony Hamilton, who was working with both players, believe it or not, you know. So, but he said, yeah, Highfield is absolutely flying in practice, and anyway, as indeed Ollie Lyons is. So, but it's a better start for Liam Highfield. Possibility. Going 3-0 up. He's on the black, Highfield, trying to get up for the yellow. As we watch the end of this wonderful break from Gary Wilson. Possible 136.
129.
Perfect start from Wilson.
146.
Ambles off without a care in the world, and why not? So he has a 3-1 lead heading into his mid-session. And Liam Highfield, well, it looked as though he was going to be pegged back to 2-1. But he's very nearly over the line here. Just bear in mind, Ollie Lyons, yes, British Open semi-finalist a couple of years ago when it was live on ITV. He's never been in Judgment Day before. And Highfield's got a good record on days like this, Ken. I know he's only been at the Crucible 3 times before, 2018, 2021 and 22, and he's had 2 early exits in recent years, going out in the second qualifying round. But when he tends to get to Judgment Day, he tends to win.
Yeah, talented player, isn't he? And of course he got back on the tour after being off it as well.
62.
Nice break this from Liam Highfield. Well played.
Well done. So still yet to register a frame, Ollie Lyons. As we see Lee Pei Fan, another player with a good record when it comes to Judgment Day. 10-9 against Gao Yang last year. And how on earth did he come back from 6-2 down against the defending champion Kyron Wilson last year. Absolutely incredible.
Great win, wasn't it? Amazing. And the Crucible course continues. I wonder will it still continue this year? It's gone for almost 50 years, you know, the Crucible course.
Well, you were so close.
I got close.
You and Joe Johnson.
Yeah. We both got to the final, but it's still going.
Do you think it's... I'm not sure it's something Shin Tong would kind of... He doesn't strike me as the type to be bothered by that. Or am I being naive?
I think everybody's bothered by it. Oh, it looked like it went in and came back out.
64. I'm afraid.
Right, why don't we have a look over at Luca Brecel in the balls on a break of 41 on table 1. Didn't matter about the ball being spat back out. Li Pei-fan had won the frame. This was a horrible looking table of 10, 15 minutes ago, Ken. This has taken some serious working out from the former champion.
Yeah. Looking at a possible plant here.
What do you make? What do you make overall of what we've seen, or I guess more pertinently, what we haven't seen from Brecel since that extraordinary swashbuckling world title?
It was incredible, wasn't it? I mean, the way he played against Ronnie O'Sullivan from 10-6 in the quarterfinals. 14-5 was he down to Sijia Wee in the semi-final, and then the way he played against Mark Selby in the final was just incredible, you know, absolutely incredible. Yeah, what did he do? Well, only he knows, but from looking at the outside, he just sort of wanted to just enjoy his life and not really focus on snooker too much. That's what it seemed to me, that he wasn't bothered practicing so much, that he was partying a little bit and probably wasn't giving the game the respect it probably deserved. So, and then got stuck, you know, just couldn't get it back. And but it's good to see him play well this week, and I know he's working with Chris Henry. That might make a bit of a difference to him as well, and focus back on playing and putting in the hard work, because if you don't, you're going to come unstuck. It doesn't matter who you are, how much talent you have. Talent without hard work wins nothing. Alex Ferguson said that many times. But I do like watching him play when he's playing. He's fantastic. You know, he's great for the game. He's an entertainer. Goes for his shots. He likes to, you know, goes for those long pots. Likes to score quickly and gets on with it, you know. But he loves entertaining people, and that's what, at the end of the day, all sport is about.
It'll certainly go down as one of the most memorable World Championship victories. Probably alongside that of the incredible run of Stuart Bingham's in 15. I don't mean that because of a similarity in playing styles. I mean more from the point of view of everyone said, oh, he's had a great win and that'll be it. And he beat Ronnie. Oh, well, that'll be it. Judd will beat him in the semis. Oh, that'll be it. He'll lose to Murphy in the final, and ended up winning it. But of course, Bingham has backed up that win with semi-final appearances since. And this young Welsh fella can certainly produce a little bit here and there at the Crucible. He raised some eyebrows with that run to the quarters on his debut. And then he beat Stuart Bingham and Judd Trump en route to the final. But he'll be furious with that.
16.
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it was a good chance, wasn't it? And okay, there were two reds up towards the top table, but they went tight on a cushion, you know. They were, so it was a chance for Jack Jones. Well, hold on. That's not great. He's on just about on the yellow there. That had to stopped a little bit short. It certainly wouldn't have been perfect. Oh, well, that's just so careless. So careless. Really is.
Well, let's stay with this for a little while, because it looked as though Luca Brecel was gifted an opportunity to close the door in this frame, and it's not taken. By the way, Carter was in first in the fourth on 24. His break came to an end. McGill now at the table, leading 2-1 on a break of 42. And He Guoqiang 2-0 up against Jack Lisowski, although he has just missed. So Lisowski coming back to the table, but with a little bit to do. But let's stay with this and see whether Jack Jones can punish that missed yellow to the middle from Luca Brecel. He must have thought when he missed the red to the bottom that Brecel was going to punish him for that mistake. And he hasn't done so.
It's got a bit of a problem here. The yellow would have been perfect, but the blue was blocking those two reds into that left middle. So he's got to find it around the angles, the back of the brown and the green, and judge this nicely behind the red. It's a good line, just a bit short of pace. But this red may pot into the bottom left corner pocket. And he can hold once again for the blue. And when he gets this red out of the way, the other red just in front of it, that may pot into the right centre pocket. So a chance this. Yeah, well played. Okay, gone a little bit too far for the blue, but the yellow's not too bad.
McGill's break has now gone to 63. We'll stay with this, but McGill's break on table 2 has gone to 63. Closing the door on this fourth frame. Zhang Anda 2-1 up against Zach Surety as well. He's on a break of 44. 5 reds left available.
This requires nice cueing here. Hold for a ball colour. Yeah, he tried to screw it back. Oh, I'm not sure why he tried to screw it back. If he just holds the cue ball where the red was, makes the pot a little bit easier. He's sort of hedging his bets a little bit there, Jack Jones. Sign of that he wasn't fully confident on the shot. And that's another safety shot. Wasn't great from Luca Brecel. This red does cut.
McGill could finish that fourth frame with a century. He's on a break of 79. He's dispatched all the reds. Oh, went for the yellow. It's just wriggled in. So he'll go into the mid-session break with a 3-1 lead. Oh, there we are. Let's see if he can do the colours. Oh, well, commentator's curse.
81.
An excellent break of 81. Doesn't finish with a century, but that's been a nice start from Anthony McGill. 3-1 at the mid-sesh against Carter, the two-time runner-up in 08 and 12, losing out both times to O'Sullivan.
Oh, overcut. Wow. That was his third or fourth chance there. Luca Brecel in this frame. And it's still not over. Now, is there a gap down to this red for Jack Jones? He's looking at the potting angle, so there must be. And even if he just potted it, it doesn't matter if he can't get on a colour, but if he just pots the red, he could play, well, a really good snooker behind pink and black.
Wasn't easy that, Ken. Such a huge distance between cue ball and object ball.
Yeah, but if it went in, look where the cue ball was. You know, he could have split up the black and pink, brought them into play, and laid a really good snooker.
Zhang Anda still at the table, but the fourth frame is assured, so he will shortly be off for a cup of tea with a 3-1 lead over Zach Surety. Mr. Century man from the first round against Ding last year. in a minute, I think we should nip over and have a little look and see what's going on with He Guo Chang and Jack Lisowski. He Guo Chang still has a lead in the third frame. Lisowski yet to get one on the board. Why don't we head over there now, and we'll come back to this. A little bit cagey, this one. Plenty of mistakes from Luca Brecel. He's going to need to tighten that up. So Lisowski yet to get one here. Stepped out of the arena after the second frame. Finding it tough to settle against the would-be debutant. Guo Chang has come up short the last 2 years on Judgment Day. He's had two very experienced opponents to try and beat. Dominic Dale in 24 and then Ali Carter last year. It was well judged. 2 years ago, that was when Dominic Dale was saying he was fired up by love, if you remember. He had a new French girlfriend and she'd given him a new lease of life. He qualified for the Crucible and then decided to retire and concentrate on being a commentator.
What was her name? Marie Antoinette, was it?
They're not together now, because I fully expected them to have then subsequently got engaged. He was, you know, so smitten with her. But I mean, you know, Dominic's Dominic. He's an entertaining guy. Never a dull moment when you're around Dominic Dale.
That's true. Oh, well, that was a bit harder than he wanted, and the problem there was, okay, he was trying to bring the reds out, but he's left a possible cut here for He Guo Chang. 36 points in the lead, so just needs the red. Yeah, not a great safety shot at all from Lisowski.
One.
Oh, could be in trouble here as well. Roll off the pink and try and place that cue ball in behind green and brown.
Pink.
In big trouble now. Staring. Possible 3-0 down here. Oh, look at this.
Foul. False frame.
Not good signs here for Jack Lisowski, who just brushed that green with his cue. Why don't we have a little look over at table 4, Ben Mertens and Fan Zhengyi, just 10 points separating them in the third, and it's one apiece. Well, 11 now. We'll keep you posted on that match with Jack Lisowski. 3-0 down. If you're just dipping in and out of our Judgment Day coverage, McGill's 3-1 up on Carter on table 2. Zhang Andris 3-1 up on Zach Surety on table 5. Luca Brecel and Jack Jones one apiece, with plenty of mistakes from the former champion Brecel in the third, who's had chances to finish it. Highfield's 3-0 up on Ollie Lines, who's never been in Judgment Day before. That's on table 8. And Ryan Day just about putting Li Pei-Fan in a position of needing snookers in the fourth, although actually he's just about got it. He just got a toe on in that frame, Li Pei-Fan. He leads by 2-1. Ryan almost over the line for 2 apiece.
You know something, Rob, you know, even in the best of 19, it's so important to get a frame on the board so early, you know, just to settle down. We always have the old cliche in snooker that you never settle down till you get that first frame. It's so true. And there's a lot of matches, of course, during the year, the best of 7s, best of 9s, some of them.
14.
But even in these best of 19s, if you don't settle down and get a frame on the board quickly, the nerves, the tension, it just builds and snowballs. And we're already seeing it with Guo Chang, with Lisowski now, Oliver Lyons. Could have won that third frame, didn't. And, you know, the last thing you want to be doing is going into an interval 4-0 down that you haven't, you know, made any sort of mark on the board whatsoever. And that's a disastrous start. So big frames coming up for those two players, Ollie Lyons and Go Chang. Eve and Lisowski against Go Chang. Even so early in this best of 19 match and race to the crucible.
Ben Martins, 19.
Playing on for snookers. Right, well, let's assume for now that Ben Mertens is going to hang on to this frame. It might be prudent, bearing in mind what Ken's been talking about, the importance of getting a frame on the board. It might be prudent to head over to 8. Ollie Lyons is at the table on a break of 16. Three 0 up, Liam Highfield. So can he use this chance to just settle himself into the match?
20.
Oh dear. What a great opportunity that was. And when your opponent is in the ascendancy and feeling good, can't afford too many mistakes like that. Brecel has taken the third frame eventually, by the way, so he's now 2-1 up on Jack Jones, the former champion against former finalist. One more to play for them.
Yeah, just that, as I was talking about, Rob, that missed shot from Oliver Lyons, you know, the shots, even the straightforward ones, you know, they become a little bit more difficult and the tension, as I said, builds. Liam Highfield will be aware of that. He'll know how important, once your opponent is rooted in that chair, you keep him there as long as possible. Keep the pressure on.
8.
So psychological as well, you know, when you're at the table, you see your opponent hasn't got off to a good start, he's struggling, because everybody has been there, all the players know what their opponent is going through. And he's just trying to compound the problems for him. Go Chang in early in that fourth frame against Lisowski.
16.
Yeah, worrying signs for Lisowski, especially the manner in which he just brushed the green with his cue. He just didn't look happy at all.
17.
Lipe Fan playing on, needing a snooker against Ryan Day. Day hoping to settle things up at 2 apiece ahead of their mid-session.
He's played a nice little shot. He's on 2 reds here. The middle red
20.
and that bunch does pot into this bottom left corner pocket. And the bottom red as well. So he's got a choice here. Looks very composed, Liam Highfield. He's taking his time. Well, it looks very, very relaxed indeed.
I like him. He's got a good temperament. When he had that, I think it was a scooter or something he was riding, and then he either broke or injured one of his hands or his arms, and it set him back enormously. And I thought that was going to be a season where he would kick on. So he's had to work very hard to get back to where he was a few years ago. Twice a ranking event quarter-finalist, Indian Open back in 17. He's picked up a few scars, but a few useful wins along the way.
Yeah, and don't forget all the time dealing with Crohn's disease as well, which Certainly would have curtailed a lot of his career down through the years.
Jack Jones is in, by the way, on a break of 23, hoping to level things up at 2 apiece. He Guo Chang is at the table on a break of 37, and the balls are spread quite nicely for him. This is grim viewing from the perspective of the Jack Lisowski fans at the moment.
It was a lovely little shot, wasn't it? Just as he potted that red, he brushed into another one and brought those 2 reds around the pink now into play.
And by the way, just a quick update on Li Pei-fan and Ryan Day. They are still playing the 4th. Only the colours left on the table. Li Pei-fan needing a snooker. Day still in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah, quick glance at the score. 27, the difference. Black 34, so you'll need 2 of the reds. Won't need that red as close to the right hand side cushion, which is sort of he'd be glad of.
I'll tell you what, Ryan Day will be glad. He's just potted the yellow, a lovely long yellow, and now the green, so that 4th frame is at last secured for him. So the Welshman tied at 2 apiece, and they've headed off.
Just working out his calculations. 2 reds and colours would be enough, particularly high value colours. But that red second one out from the right hand side cushion shouldn't be a problem.
Let's see if he gets over the line here, and then perhaps head over to the other match, which is also poised at 3-0. He Guo Chang's break of 44 came to an end, but he's managed to get back to the table once more, and things are looking a little bit dicey for Jack Lisowski. But let's stay with this and see if he can make it 4-0 here, Liam Highfield, heading off for the mid-session break.
Well, he took a long time over that red. I mean, really putting his opponent through the ringer at the moment. Now, can he play a good positional shot here, get close to this red? Well, he's played for it into the middle pocket, but that wasn't the best positional shot he's ever played. It's a cute angle into this right centre, very missable. Hard to see the angle from that position. You just got to trust yourself here, and he's got to play it dead weight as he looks at the scoreboard once again.
Well, I was getting so wrapped up in the action there, I hadn't realised we were supposed to swap places. So, huge apologies. Really important points here in these matches and these frames just before the mid-session break. I'm heading off. Liam Highfield playing
shot.
so well, Ken, isn't
that
he?
was a good shot, and he's on the blue as well, so now he can just drop onto that red just in the bulk area. 43 points in the lead. Blue just to secure it and leave Ollie Lyons needing a snooker. It looks like 4-0. What a start from Liam Highfield. Ollie Lyons in big trouble.
And so too is Jack Lisowski. It isn't mathematically done on table 3 just yet. Jack Jones, by the way, on a break of 56, looking to tie things up at 2 apiece. Users on a break of 52. He's 3-1 down on table 5 against table 6 against Gary Wilson. Plenty of drama. My stint is over temporarily. Stephen Hallworth is poised like a coiled spring, like a rat up a drain pipe. He's ready to go.
Okay, this frame looks done. So let's head over to table 3, Jack Lisowski and how He Guo Chang, 65-0 to the good. And he's on a colour, so there'll be no heroics making sure of this blue. And what a start from Guo Chang. Jack Lisowski, huge favourite coming into this match after having a really good season. Won that Bet Victor bonus. Lost in the final of the Welsh, but won in Northern Ireland, of course. But staring down the barrel of 4-0 on this Judgment Day, last qualifier for a place at the Crucible. One snooker required.
Well, I very nearly had to wrestle the microphone off Rob Walker. He just cannot get enough of the action. But as you say, Ken, what a nightmare start for Jack Lisowski today. You know, he'd come into this match with confidence, but he was pushed in his previous round, wasn't he, by amateur Umut Dikme, which was a result that probably surprised quite a few. Maybe his game isn't in fine fettle at the moment.
Yeah, and I suppose, you know, when you're expected to get through and you're a big favourite, and particularly after the season that he's sort of had, you know, and how well he played in Northern Ireland, and even at the Welsh as well. Okay, Barry Hawkins ended up beating him in the final, but he put up a brave fight, but he played some really wonderful snooker. You know, when you come in here, you want to play at the Crucible, you want to have a tilt at the title. You just need to get through one more round. And, well, at the moment, the sort of wheels have come off. This man has played so well. And that's enough for Jack Lisowski. 4-0 down to Guo Chang.
Yeah, incredible. What a day in store potentially, and what a way to book a Crucible debut for Guo Chang if he can do it to defeat the jackpot. But there's a long way to go in that match. A lot of these matches at their interval stage, so we're just going to drop back into table one. Jack Jones, a very cool, composed customer, looking to float in yet another century break in this World Championship qualifying. Pink for the ton.
And that's the second of the morning. He made 2 centuries, and such as the standard, it's only going to be 2-2. Great match, this.
So as Jack Jones makes the century break and they head to their interval locked at 2 each, Jusse on table 6 has just made a century break to close the gap to Gary Wilson. He's on 107. Well, the final black's about to disappear, so it's going to be a 1-1-4 on table 6 from Jusse, and it's 3-2 Gary Wilson. Meanwhile, big frame here
16.
On table 4 for Ben Mertens. Fairly decent opportunity with the red spread nicely. Pink and blue in play, which helps. Black out of commission, which doesn't. But a good opportunity to get some points on the board and maybe head to their interval at 3-1 up.
21.
Big day for it, isn't it, for Ben Mertens. Looking to become the second player from Belgium to walk down those famous
22.
steps at the Crucible. Big old boy, and he can.
Yeah, I like the way he plays though. He's got a nice cue action. Pretty confident young man. And of course he lost the first round. Looked like he was going to lose the second. He won it, and he's just growing in confidence now. But yeah, that would be something. Second Belgian to grace the Crucible floor.
29.
And the balls weren't badly situated here. At least those 5 reds around the pink spot. So you could just concentrate and just building up a little lead here. Already 35 to the good.
35. 36.
That's okay. I think he was playing for the blue, but he'll happily take the pink here once again.
Yeah, the pink's the ideal ball to have in play here, isn't it? Because the reds are quite nicely spread around it, but a little bit of work to be done with his cue ball. There's a little confirmation of all the scores across the arena. The match is creeping close to the halfway stage. The session will conclude this evening at 5 PM, where there are just 8 places left up for grabs at the Crucible. Who will be in that draw tomorrow morning?
Yeah, that's always exciting, isn't it? The draw. Who's going to play? And I'm sure the top 16, 49. Whether they let you know or not, they'll be all glued to it and wondering who they're going to get. Who are the debutants going to play? Pullen, Kowalski, Moody. How exciting it is for them over the next few days before the Crucible starts, of course, on Saturday. And how great it is to see them, all those young lads, getting through to their first Crucible appearance.
Now here's Ali Carter on table 2. Found himself 3-1 down at the interval, but nicely amongst them on a break of 52 and counting. Packed house in here again. Look at that in the distance. The crowd absolutely loving the action here. When I arrived at the venue this morning, the queue was down the road pretty much. Everyone trying to get in and get a bit of the action.
Yeah, they've just been talking about it. It's just fantastic, isn't it? It really is. Great to see. And it's great for the players as well. You know, for the atmosphere that they generate, the crowd.
16.
Rob was saying £12 all day. It's great value. You're seeing the young as well as the experienced players. The new breed. Some of the old, if they don't mind me saying. Matthew Stevens comes to mind, 49, playing Stuart Bingham. What a match that was.
68.
And here's a man that's got a lot of experience as well, Ali Carter. They've been to 2 finals, of course.
69.
Lost both of them to the hands of Ronnie O'Sullivan. Good break this, Ben Mertens.
69.
Really good. Table 4. He's worked it out really nicely.
76. 70.
Yeah, so it looks like Ben Mertens is going to be in control at the interval. Ali Carter clawing back the deficit in this match on table 2. And if you haven't got tickets to go to the main event at the Crucible Theatre,
84.
there are still some premium seats available. The Legends
85.
Walk tickets. And it's a new initiative that World Snooker Tour have put on for this year. Best seats in the house, right involved in the cauldron of the drama at the Crucible. They are still available, so if you head to wst.tv/tickets, all the information on those are available on there. So Zhang Anda, he has control of this match, 3-1 up, nicely in amongst them. And this is the sort of scoring opportunity that we've come to expect him to take now. He's so technically good. There's very, very little that can go wrong with how he sets himself up. Very compact. I've been on the receiving end of a couple of good performances from him this season.
Well, it's amazing, his turnaround, isn't it? I mean, it just shows you, you know, you've been a journeyman for a good few years, hovering around the sort of cut-off point of 64, and then all of a sudden he wins the tournament, makes a 147 as well, and shoots him up the rankings. 51. And then the confidence, and he kept going. Like, you know, he didn't rest on his laurels. He's a hard worker. Practices up in the Victoria Academy in Sheffield here, and
52.
yeah, he's a real handful.
51.
So both these matches running pretty much in unison. Both players, Zhang Anda, Gary Wilson, on breaks of 52 now. 52 and counting. He's such a heavy scorer, Gary, isn't he? When he gets going and gets in the mood, you know, he reels off these frames so quickly. They go by in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, he's very aggressive, isn't he? And plays at a really brisk pace. 16, 17, 18 seconds a shot, I would say his average is. But yeah, when he's scoring, he's
60.
well, he's great to watch and tough to beat.
So both players pretty much have arrived at frame ball, although the cannon that Zhang Anda's just played could not have finished much worse. Well, he might be hoping that he's just set up a little plant to this right corner pocket, because he's not nicely on his next red.
Oh, this would be a little bonus, wouldn't it? He's having a look at these two reds to the right corner. There's Gary Wilson. I'll make sure of this frame. Break to 76. He's a little straight on the blue, so he's going to take the brown to try and split the pack. This will be some shot. No, not enough side. Unlucky. Good attempt.
Well, if Zhang Anda has pushed those reds to a plant, how fortunate is that? Because the shot he's played from the pink was so poor. As Gary Wilson notches up another frame in this match to go back in front once again, but now 4-2. So Marcel Eckhart, our referee, has fetched out the long extended rest, and there you can see clearly the plant isn't available, so it's... Wow, what a shot he's played there. I mean, well, what on earth has he even played there? He's just invented a shot. He's absolutely fired the red into the black, the half-ball cannon into the left corner pocket. No signs of an apology, he must have played it. What a shot.
Ken has stepped out. Yeah, I mean, it's a frame winner as well. Quite an understated character, Zhang Anda, isn't he? But don't be fooled, he's a terrific talent.
Well, here's the shot again. I mean, what on earth has he played here? I mean, his eyes, straight away, as soon as he struck it, were on the corner pocket, so he knew that the red was going to go close. I mean, that is inventive. That is some shot.
Well, I mean, if you were doing an exhibition and you were to do some trick shots, if you got that, you'd bring the house down, wouldn't you? But to do it in a match, extraordinary. Zach Surety then needing snookers. We've got, of course, Luca Brecel, Jack Jones at interval 2-2. Lisowski in big trouble, 4-0 down to Herguo Chang, Jack Lisowski. 3-1 Ben Mertens over Fang Zhengyi. They're also at their interval. 2-2 Ryan Day, Leipei Fan. 4-0 Liam Highfield over Oliver Lyons. Juicer trailing 4-2 to Gary Wilson. Why don't we go to that one? Wilson has looked good, but Juicer sticking in there because he's looking to reach the crucible for the first time. I tell you what, he's almost certain to get on a run if he qualifies, because I had him in the Fantasy Fives, the World Snooker Tour competition early season, and he struggled a bit. So there was a transfer window around Christmas. Of course, I got rid of him, so he'd probably get to the final.
Well, talking of Fantasy 5, I've got Juicer in my Fantasy 5, so yeah, I've been waiting for results from him. Big day, isn't it, for him?
It's been a great match, this, as he pots a wonderful blue with the rest. Wilson's had 136.68, another 136.80, and Juicer a 114, so 3 centuries already. Both players attacking, really going for it, and they are the furthest advanced of any of the matches. 6 frames down already, no concerns about getting the 9 frames in this session. Did appear in the final qualifying round in 2023, lost 10-5 to Pang Zhu. Another shot with the rest here. And another very confidently played shot. He's just a bit no man's land in terms of position. So a bit of a stretch for the blue. Yeah, and eventually I think something had to give there. I mean, it's quite an adventurous 7, wasn't it, really?
7.
Yeah, he was desperate to keep that break going, but Gary Wilson, off the back of that break in the previous, we've mentioned just what a heavy scorer he is, looking to get right in amongst the business end. Now, red just left of the black is an issue ball for Gary. The sooner he can get rid of that, the better. And that's just about perfect, because now just high of straight, he can play a little brush cannon to the red, just move it away from the black, run the cue ball through, be on it to left corner, you would feel. Yeah, perfectly played.
Well, yesterday we had a competition. Again, it's a bit of a self-regarding segment, this, but to win my book, Pots of Gold, which History of Snooker came out late last year, and there is another copy to give away today. And I thought I'd update it a bit, because the first question was about Joe Davis in 1927. So the Crucible Curse, we keep hearing about this Crucible Curse because no first-time player has defended the title. The question today, though, who is the last first-time champion to reach the one-table setup? So the last first-time champion to reach the semi-finals. So it might take a bit of thinking about, but you can tweet me at Dave Hendon. That's at Dave Hendon. And right answers only, of course. I'll pick a winner later, and you will get a copy of the book. So who was the last first-time world champion to play in the one table to reach the semi-finals the following year, of course? Stephen's having a think.
Yeah, it's a good question.
14.
All I'll say is it's not recent. Now we're just going to leave this one because big story brewing, I think, on table 3. Herguo Chang attempting to reach his the Crucible for the first time, make his debut. Jack Lisowski would have been heavily fancied here, but it's 4-0 to Herguo Chang, who's in again in frame 5.
It's a big frame as well, isn't it? Because should he win it, it guarantees him at least a lead going into this evening's session. But I think from what we've seen, in these first 4 frames at least, it'll be a case of how big is the lead going to be. Jack Lisowski unable to make any inroads just yet.
He's had a lot of chances. I mean, it's not been a match of breaks. The highest break 44 from He Guoqiang. Lisowski's best 29. So it's not like he's come out and blitzed him. It's been stop-start. There's been chances on both sides. Lisowski, for whatever reason, so far completely unable to take them.
Yeah, and it's obviously Jack's biggest strength, isn't it? When he gets in amongst them, he's scoring, and when he's knocking them in off the lampshades, he's very tough to stop. But when a game goes a little scrappier like this, you know, anyone's got a chance. It becomes a bit more of a dogfight out there, and, you know, patience is key. Are you willing and are you disciplined enough to wait out for a better opportunity and play the right shots at the right time? Oh, he's played an absolutely delightful split there.
Yeah, very confident shot, and it's worked out nicely. Worth seeing again.
It was a horrible pack to go into from the black with the 2 balls directly above it, the red and pink. He caught them half ball and had so much reaction on the cue ball, so much backspin, that it just had no choice but to go back through the reds. Well, just travelled on a little further than he would have liked. Might be forced to play a little holding cannon to something here, just to take the pace out the cue ball. It seemed unlikely that he wouldn't be on a red, and at first glance it might have gone wrong, has it?
37.
It's amazing how often that happens. You look at the reds, they're already nicely spread. In your mind it can't fail, and it fails.
I know, it's such a trying game, isn't it? Because just when you think you've got the supremacy, something can go wrong out of nowhere. You look for all the world like 5-0. Well, the plant would need making. I think he's set his stall out. He feels he can make this plant. And he's right. That's well recovered.
Yeah, he's done well there. He has done, really, because that could quite easily have gone wrong. The cue ball probably was in the absolute perfect position there to make that plant, but it still needed making. And off the back of the disappointment of not landing plumb, he just needs to negotiate this black, and he's back in prime position. Well, he's in dreamland at the minute, isn't he, Dave?
Yeah, dreaming of the crucible, and shortly it would seem he's going to be 5 frames away. Just needs to focus. He had a tough match in the last round. Long Zhihang 1080 beat. Gary Wilson with a chance for a 3rd century against Zhu Su. He's on a 73, so he's going to win that frame to be 5-2 up.
Here's a question for you, Dave. Does Gary Wilson miss?
Well, I guess he must sometimes, but when he's on, he's really on. He looks so confident and unstoppable.
He is an unbelievable scorer, he really is, and you know, you're right to say that it's always worth checking where he's ranked, because it feels like he should be in the top 16 at times when, you know, he's playing this well. You know, what a player to come up against in this sort of form.
Well, there's the answer. He misses when we go over to it. But anyway, made 81, and he's 5-2 up and bossing things at the moment against Zhu Su. We'll just stay with He Guoqiang to see if he can make it 5-0, because this is panning out to be a bit of an upset, I think. The concern for Lisowski fans, I mean, it's one thing to go behind, but he hasn't played at all well, for whatever reason. Of course, it wasn't walk in the park in the last round. He beat Umut Dikma 10-7, the German amateur. But having got that first match out of the way, you felt he would be confident coming into this one. And maybe he was, but it hasn't worked yet, for whatever reason.
think this match has just completely played into the hands of He Guo Chang so far. He would have been wary of the capabilities of Jack Lisowski, and should he have made a quick start in this game, it could have spiralled out of control, and you know, when chasing a debut at the Crucible, that wouldn't have been a nice position to be in. But he's absolutely in control now.
On that competition, by the way, I said at Dave End, I didn't say on what platform, to reach the one table setup the next year.
$67.
So red and black, and he's guaranteed a 5-0 lead.
$68.
Well, it's by far the highest break of the match. And barring snookers, He Guo Chang is going to be 5-0 up, and the worry for Lisowski is he's starting to play well. Now his compatriot Lei Pei Fan made his debut last year. He's on table 7, looking like he's about to go 3-2 up on Ryan Day. This is blue effectively frame ball. Of course, took out Kyron Wilson on day 1 last year, 6-2 down, 110-9.
65.
And then Zhao Xingtong beat him in a close match, actually, in the second round. Well, he's missed that, so it's 1 snooker needed, but he's looking pretty good for a 3-2 lead, but that would have killed it off. We'll let you know if Ryan Day gets the snookers, but we're going to go to table 2.
32.
Anthony McGill looking to build a 4-2 lead over Ali Carter. The sea of faces there in the background. This has become a real hot ticket, hasn't it? I think people
33.
I've understood over the years, and I think our coverage has helped actually on Judgment Day. You know, this is a big deal these 2 days, and great entertainment if you like watching lots of matches, lots of different players, and let's be honest, lots of twitching as well.
Yeah, and the beauty of it in the main hall, as these tables are the first 4, and actually out the back, the back 4, you know, the viewing, you can see everything, so you're not limited to just one match, and that is quite an appealing ticket to have, because you can just keep tabs on everything across the arena, as they all are.
$39. $40.
He's got a tremendous temperament, hasn't he, Anthony McGill? Quite a reserved character, but I think in a way that helps his snooker. He's very calm.
Hasn't played at the Crucible for 3 years, so I'm sure he's been missing it.
47.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the first time he qualified, Alan McManus, who's known him a long time, said
48.
he was convinced he would be a world champion. He said he's got exactly the temperament you need at the Crucible. Of course, it may have happened in 2020, but for the extraordinary decider with Kyron Wilson, we'll never know whether he would have beaten Ronnie O'Sullivan or not. He Guo Chang, by the way, who we were watching there, has made a century in that frame, so emphatically 5-0 over Lisowski. And this for McGill,
55.
this pink is frame ball to leave Carter needing a couple of snookers.
$61.
So that red makes sure, and McGill is going to be 4-2 in front. Now what about the former champion Luca Brecel and the former runner-up Jack Jones? 2-2, back out after the interval. Jones with a chance here, 34 in front already in frame 5.
Now he'd like to navigate his way down to the reds in such a way that he can pot a red and get on either the pink or black. That would be key. get them tidied up. The lead is increasing all the while, and the reds that are close to side cushions are fine enough where they are from Jack Jones's perspective. He's happy to just leave them there. So as he pots this black, that will go on the pink spot. Edging closer to getting his nose in front in this match.
Century from He Chang, that's the 161st we've had in the qualifiers.
15.
Zhang Anders on a break of 85, he might add to that list as well. And he's going to be 5-1 up on Zach Surety, so taking some early control. Yeah, it was a 138 from He Chang, a wonderful total clearance from him. 5-0 over Jack Lisowski.
22.
Well, Zhang Anda has got the pink off the spot for another century break as well, over on table 5. And in it goes. Now you can hear the distant round of applause. The century breaks are absolutely flying in wherever you look. So that red disappearing, and with it this black to follow, Jack Jones is going to be 3-2 in front. Meanwhile, another big break potentially about to unfold here on table 4. Ben Mertens with the advantage, 3-1 up, but Fang Zhengyi firing back after the interval.
Yeah, he had a memorable debut. He lost to Mark Allen, but of course it was the year of the protest, and you know, it's one thing he hadn't prepared for. Nobody had, although of course their table was able to continue, thanks to the sharp work of Olivia Martil.
74.
And thanks to Rob Walker for hoovering the table. That was a strange day, wasn't it, at the Crucible? Who was on the other? Who was on that table? It was Joe Perry, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Robert Milkins, yeah. And then eventually they had to come back because they couldn't play that night and start a 9:30 session for the final session. Earliest ever start. Anyway, Fan continues here. Yeah, he drew Mark Allen the second time as well, so maybe one to avoid if he does get through. Mark Allen on the first Saturday morning. Of course, a lot of talk about Zhao Xingtong, but Allen also will be playing then.
Well, the break goes to 81, still the outside chance of the century. Another one. Needs to pot this red. Well, he's potted a red. It wasn't the one that he intended to. Well, his ball's flying about all over the place here. I don't know quite where to look, but he's potted the red anyway. And he's on a colour, so he's got the chance to keep this ton alive.
Yeah, made 104 in the first frame, 81 up to already in this frame.
Well, shock horror, Gary Wilson's back in amongst the balls and on a break of 53.
85.
I mean, this has been some session, hasn't it, from Gary, laying down the law to his opponent who's trying to get to the Crucible for the very first time.
He's great to watch in full flow, although the one person who never seems to think so is Gary Wilson himself.
54.
Very harshly critical of his own game, even when, you know, watching on, you think this is great stuff.
Well, this could potentially be a big moment if he goes for the pink.
Green ball.
Well, that is a surprise to me.
93.
You know, the way he's played today, you would fancy him to maybe pop that pink, but he's not letting up, is he? He's keeping his opponent bang under pressure there.
Yeah. Tightening the screw. Fan, meanwhile, needs this red for the century.
99.
Second of the match. He's only won 2 frames, but back in range 3-2 to Mertens.
One hundred 107. $110.
So we're going to just have a little look to see how Juicer solves this problem. I mean, the Reds, they're not that tightly packed, so it's difficult to try and rest up to them without leaving something somewhere. The shot selection from Gary Wilson there was quite telling. He's, you know, he had license there to pull the trigger on the pink with the lead that he's got and how well he's played so far today, but he's not letting up at all. He's absolutely nailed his opponent, and now he's in bits.
119 the break from Fan Zhengyi, that's where it finished. Yeah, this is dicey. Leaves a red on, it's 6-2, you would think.
Well, he's taken a long time to try and come up with a plan here, and I don't think he's got one. It's going to be at least 3 cushions, you would feel. And if not, the option of the hit and hope is potentially on, but even that is not guaranteed.
No, it's big trouble.
Well, just as we join table 3, Jack Lisowski was absolutely perfect in amongst the Reds, and somehow he's managed to screw off another and end up pretty much on the baulk cushion. He's on a colour here, and look at the Reds. He's nominated the brown. He's going to try and attempt the pot as Juicer fails to get out of the snooker. This is a big brown for Jack Lisowski.
Well, every credit now. Is that going to be the start of something, or has it gone wrong again? He's very unlucky. The cue's come down. Frustration. Very unlucky, having potted such a good brown not to be on a red nicely.
Oh, he's absolutely cursed there, isn't he? Because how tough was that brown?
Eight. Nine.
Wilson to make sure then to lead by 69 with 59 on. It's going to be 6-2. Well, he did the right thing, I guess, in the end, laying that snooker and reaping the rewards.
60.
Lisowski left with that awkward one, unable to pot it. It's a bit of a nightmare this, isn't it, for Jack? Yeah, and at first glance you thought maybe he's going to get away with it, but I think he's left this red, you know. How unlucky was Jack Lisowski. It never rains, it pours when you're playing out there under the intensity of a big day like this. And it was a good chance, wasn't it? The Reds were so well spread and he only managed to get 13 points on the board. Well, here's the brown. He's forced into doing something here because he's trying to find something out there. Desperate to keep the break going. Fabulous pot on the brown to middle from where he was, but to land where he did.
Well, He Chang, I'm sure, recognises it's a big moment in the match. He's seen Lisowski get frustrated, and this is where you've got to sort of twist the knife if you can.
Eight.
A lot of people have got the answer to that question I posed earlier, right? I'll reveal all later.
Green.
Well, he struck that green really nicely and played into a big area. Now, what's he on? Yeah, when it's your day, you're pretty much guaranteed to land, aren't you?
Yeah, whereas Lisowski got stuck close to a red and had a tough one.
Now, a little bit of a problem to solve, a bit of a puzzle. You know, if you can get rid of the two reds just beneath and to the left and right of the pink, that would be ideal, because that brings the pink completely into play. Until that happens, his cue ball might be travelling. Oh, he's played that so well. Oh, what a shot that is, because that just unlocks everything now. He can pick his cue ball and place it wherever he wants.
Really competitive match on table 2. It was 4-2 to Anthony McGill, but Ali Carter nicely in with a chance to pull back to within 1. I just had the feeling with this one it was going to be close. I know it's easy to kind of say that about any of them, but these two great competitors. So Carter 56 in front, as you can see.
48.
Not much more to do. Black and red should make it 4-3.
Again, He Chang thinking very clearly out there, actually. It's a good sign.
6.
From the previous red, played up for the black, which gets that back down this end, and then just played that positional shot really well into a big area. Couldn't fail to be perfect.
63.
So Carter over the line there. Let's focus on this big visit for He Chang. He's not comfortable on this next shot.
Yeah, in all honesty, he's made a bit of a meal of this break, but there is a lot of work to be done. When he came to the table, he's just looking for one killer positional shot now, just to set himself straight again. Oh, and in the end, it was the undoing.
They go down. 27.
So Jack Lisowski got good support there, didn't he, as he came to the table. This is a must-win frame. We'll just show you Zhang Anda. This is his 3rd century of this match. 2 in a row, so 6-1. He's done some... I mean, Ben Wollaston will tell you, last season in Saudi Arabia, he made 4 total clearances, Zhang, against him to win 5-0. But in this match, 80, 61, 109, 67, 105, and whatever this finishes up as.
107.
It's just a serious level of scoring, isn't it? And it's what he can do. It's what he's started doing more and more in recent years.
109.
Absolutely destroying Zach Surety at the moment.
112.
70.
Well, if the comeback is going to start for Jack Lisowski, it has to start here. You know, this is a frame that could very well have gone the way of He Guo Chang.
Ali Carter's made a century. We were watching that breaker. The standard, incredible. Jack Lisowski trying to up his own standard as Zhang Anda completes his 3rd century here. It'll be 1-3-4 total clearance with the black. Wonderful break, wasn't it? 6-1 to Zhang Anda. 4 frames from the crucible. Jack Lisowski is still 10 away though.
Yeah, he's no better off yet than when he started out at 11 AM this morning. Not made any impact to this match whatsoever yet.
We've seen matches turn, haven't we, over the course of the 10 days of qualifying. Players have fought back, so it starts here, doesn't it? It starts here, because this really should have been 6-0.
30.
Got to keep the resolve, the belief, and hope for what happened, which is that He Guo Chang went wrong. He wasn't really in control during the break. And Lisowski now needs this brown. He'll be 24 in front, 18 on, so he'll have his first frame. We know what he's like if he does click into gear. He can reel frames off in no time, so still a chance to get out of this session, only 5-4 down. And if that happened, he'd feel like he was in front.
47.
Well, this is more like it. He did have to rely on a mistake. Of course, he was unlucky, though, earlier in the frame, in fairness. He potted that great brown, didn't land on a red nicely. But he's on the scoreboard. Yes, Jack, someone shouts. Getting great encouragement. 5-1, still in trouble, but on the scoreboard. Now, speaking of trouble, Stephen, your friend Oliver Lyons about to go 5-0 down, it would seem.
Yeah, he's banging trouble, Dave. He is, well, similar to Lisowski, really. This match has been a bit of a carbon copy as table 3. He's had no impact on this game whatsoever yet. Liam Highfield has been the stronger of the two. He's looking more measured. He's looking very relaxed, Highfield, around the table. He's not being rushed at all. He's taking his time. And he's now just a couple of pots away from taking this 5th frame.
Big shot this for Highfield. Is not there, so a glimmer for Oliver Lyons. There's still enough on. Meanwhile, Luca Brecel looking to level up 3-3 with Jack Jones. Needs the last 3 balls to do so. Really, you can see the care he's taking, understandably. Pink's in, and nicely on the black. These clearances, they make such differences, of course, in matches. Coolly done. There's few cooler, is there, than Luca Brecel? Let's be honest. World champion just 3 years ago. 3-3 in that one. Now then, Oliver Lyne's still up against it, but there's still enough on this table. 75-61 the lead for Highfield. Pushing a red safe, black safe as well. So he's holding the cards here, Liam Highfield.
Yeah, and he's just sort of asked Oliver to pot this red, hasn't he? You know, took his medicine to chip the red to the side cushion. Oliver is not being lured. Trying to just get the black into play if he can, and he's done a good job, but how's his cue ball? Yeah, he's played it pretty well. Okay, that changes the dynamic slightly of this frame now. But of course it is still very much Liam Highfield who holds the cards.
Just a score check for those of you joining us. 3-3 Luca Brecel, Jack Jones. 4-3 Anthony McGill over Ali Carter. 5-1 Hergo Chang over Jack Lisowski. 3-2 Ben Mertens over Fang Zhengyi. 6-1 Zhang Anda over Zach Surety. 6-2 Gary Wilson over Zhu Se. It's 3-3 Ryan Day and Lei Pei Fan. And here, as you can see, it's 4-0 Liam Highfield over Ollie Lynes.
Yeah, well, he's played a good safety shot there, Oliver, because he's brought a lot of balls into play over the course of the last few shots he's played, and now he's got Liam Bang in trouble. Looking for a thin edge, glance back to balk. He's made a great effort of that. But the cue ball stopping by the balk line. It's time for Oliver to pull the trigger.
Big shot this, isn't it? He needs something to happen. He's got to start here by knocking this in. Not to be. And worse still, he's left him in. Highfield just needing a couple of reds for 5-0. Every player here has, you know, their own lives and issues to deal with. Of course, Liam Highfield fell off the tour after an injury. Had to almost start again going to snooker clubs playing on the Q Tour. But got back on, and he's going to be now 5 frames from a 4th appearance at the Crucible. So we'll be back with this match in due course, but we're going to keep across all the action. And here's Zhang Anda, just, well, a scoring machine today, 3 centuries already.
Yeah, Zach probably doesn't know what's hit him so far today. He's not been able to really get anything going because he's been frozen out for large parts of this match. Well, for pretty much all of it, actually.
He's a good example as well of a player you can intimidate in different ways. You think of Sean Murphy, Neil Robertson, Ronnie. They've got charisma, they've got presence in the arena. They sort of stomp around the table in full flow. Zhang Anda is so understated, but evidence there, he can play superbly. He's a bit unlucky here, I think. Played it nicely, but just hasn't landed. But I mean, look at him. I mean, okay, he's disappointed, but there's no sort of theatrics about it.
Yeah, he couldn't have caught the top red of the cluster there any better, really. When you're going into the reds from the blue, you want to go in with pace, yes. But the initial contact to the red is key. If you can catch that full, you do well to not land on one, and he's been so unfortunate there.
Well, the cue just about made it to bulk. Surety desperate to scramble the last couple of frames here. Even then he'd be in trouble 6-3 down, but anything worse than that, it's going to be so hard to turn it round tonight. Be interesting though if Zhang does qualify. Can he actually produce a decent performance at the Crucible? I suppose he may be aware of Luca Brecel's record. That was no good either. Before he won it, he hadn't won a match there. He hadn't really played that well there, but it all changed 3 years ago for Luca. Currently 3-3 with Jack Jones. Too good. Just too good, that.
Yeah, and on this sort of form, Dave, he's an absolute nightmare draw for anyone, isn't he? And it's amazing that he's not won a game at the Crucible. He's a completely different player now, isn't he?
Yeah, as I say, because he sort of, just by his own nature, is understated. It's a bit like Barry Hawkins in a way. You know, they're just really good, but they don't big themselves up. They don't sort of get involved in controversies or anything. They just play well, and they're hard to beat. Anyway, we're enjoying the action here, and Rob and Ken have been enjoying it as well. Let's go to them in the studio.
We certainly have. Great analysis from you guys. I mean, Zhang Anda is playing such good snooker, and so too his compatriot, Ken, He Guoqiang. What a start against Jack Lisowski.
Incredible. I mean, we were talking about Jack, weren't we, at the top of the show, and eulogising about how well he's been playing, but he's been kept very, very cold, and Guoqiang got off to a great start, knocking in some long balls, as we're going to see very, very shortly, and making some wonderful breaks as well, and keeping the pressure on Jack Lisowski. He hasn't sort of settled at all into this, man. I mean, look at this. He comes back from the interval after 4-0 thinking, OK, I've got a few 15 minutes to reflect and talk to my coach, or break off, and he knocks that long ball in. But look at this for a shot as well. Look at the cue power he gets on the cue ball, splits the reds, lovely, and then goes on to make a wonderful 138 straight after the interval.
I mean, Lisowski is right under it here, isn't he?
Yeah.
This
was a great shot. Yeah, he was being a bit unlucky, actually, just in the follow-up to this, where he landed with the cue ball on the... And look at that kiss. And sometimes when things are going against you, as they are for Jack Lisowski, and his opponent is playing well, little things like that don't work out in your favour. But, you know, thankfully, he's got his first frame on the board, Jack Lisowski, and he's reduced the deficit. And if he can get out of this session, even... I mean, 5-4 would be ideal, but even 6-3, that would give him a little bit of hope for this evening's session. But, yeah, he needs to get another couple of frames on the board at least.
His head was down.
Yes.
When he potted that brown, it was a great pot, but you could see that little slam of the cue into the carpet. He needed a mistake from He Guoqiang to get back in that frame, but 5-1, completely different ballgame. At least he's got his toe in the match.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And he needs to start producing some, you know, vintage snooker from Lisowski, because the opponent is playing well, and as I said, it gets harder and harder. The pressure just builds and snowballs. So he needs, as I said, another couple of frames before this session starts.
And just to touch on the Chinese dominance, or the Chinese surgence in snooker, 7... including the top 16, 7 through already. There are 5 Chinese players in action today. If 3 of the 5 of them win, it's a record equaling 10 Chinese players appearing at the Crucible. I mean, those are some impressive numbers.
They're incredible. And those 10 could all be living in Sheffield as well. You know, a stone's throw, either playing in Ding Junhui's academy in Castlegate, or in Victoria's academy just up the road, about 300 or 400 yards away from the Crucible. So, yeah, that would be quite incredible. Well, it just shows, you know, the strength and depth, and, of course, the strength coming from China as well.
Well, Zhang Anda going really well. He Guoqiang with a massive lead over Lisowski. But, guys, how crucial could that one frame prove to be for Lisowski? He's got a toe in this session. He's not out of it yet.
Yeah, quite right, Rob. A toe. He wants a whole foot, in fact 2 feet. But anyway, there's time yet, because, of course, this is first to 10. That's the position in the next frame. Not a lot happening so far. Luca Brecel, though, plenty happening for him on table 1. Chance for a century here to take the lead at 4-3 over Jack Jones.
Yeah, and he just made that big clearance in the previous frame, didn't he, from well behind. And, you know, so often frames like that can prove to be turning points in matches, or perhaps just open the door for either player to pull away and maybe win a few frames on the spin. And that's exactly what Luca Brecel's looking to do here.
Zhang Anda's going to be 7-1 He's 87-0 up in the next frame. Another half-century break. Incredible.
$94. $95.
Made his first century of the season in the last match against Jan Bingyu, but this is a timely one for the Belgian to go back in front here. Warmly appreciated by this capacity crowd at the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield.
102.
Yeah, a bullet in full flow is a pretty tasty sight, isn't it? He's got so much flair. He's got every shot available.
109.
Luca Brecel looks to be somewhere back to his very, very best. Playing great snooker at the minute.
Now also playing great snooker, Zhang Anda, and we can show you he's got a chance for another century. This would be his fourth in the 7 frames he's won. Stephen Hendry will be getting twitchy because, of course, he holds the record 7 centuries in a best of 19. He can only equal that, but even so, Stephen likes a record.
81.
Well, we'll watch this, and Rob has rushed from the studio and will be sitting in this seat shortly.
Well, how well Zhang Anda has played in this session. Certainly hasn't set the world on fire when we've seen him at the Crucible. 5 first-round appearances, bidding for his 6th. But what a run at the World Grand Prix, making it all the way to the final. So Zhang Anda will be starting to think he could be there. But as far as Jack Lisowski's concerned, on the other end of a scoreline, Zhang Anda 7-1 up, Lisowski 5-1 down, but he's at the table, he's in the balls, and he could yet rescue something from this first session. He's cut a frustrated figure so far in this match, but these are encouraging signs.
20.
Good body language, decent opportunity. And as Stephen Hallworth has popped out for a quick cup of tea, I'll tell you what, Ken, funny things happen in this sport. He looked absolutely down and out, and he swiped his cue at the green, and earlier on in the match there were absolute danger signs. If he can rescue this session 6-3 or 5-4, he'd come out of this walking 2 feet taller.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it can change. Things can change, you know. That's why you should never get too hard on yourself or get too down on yourself, because, you know, you can win a frame, and suddenly you get a little bit of a lift, and your whole sort of complexion changes, you know, and your outlook. And yeah, so a good break here. It's not completely straightforward, and there you see why. Oh, that's such a poor miss, really. He was really nicely in there, and it's a bad miss, but that's pressure. You're 5-1 up, and black's a straightforward.
One.
Well, the table was looking really good for Jack Lisowski. I fancied him for 5-2 from that position.
Yeah. It was an heavy one, wasn't it? It really was. And to make matters worse, that red just left of the pink pots into this bottom right corner pocket. And I'm sure that will release another one of those reds just below it into the same corner. Great chance for Gao Chang to go further ahead.
9.
Matches of contrasting ebbs and flows today, unlike yesterday when we had 6-5 falls and a 4-all and then a 6-3. We've got Gary Wilson already off, getting ready for the second session. 7-2 up, Zhang Anders 7-1 up against Zach Surety, and yet you've got the likes of Ryan Day and Li Pei Fan on 7 and Ben Mertens and Fan Zhengyi on 4, both labouring in the early stages of the 7th. 3 apiece in both matches.
7.
And which way is this one going to go? Is it going to be a very, very substantial lead for He Guo Chang? It's starting to look that way, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't really, you can't see him sort of mess it up from here. The only thing is that if he does play for the black here, I mean, I'd like to be playing maybe for blue here. Just screw up off one cushion, just give yourself options. But he may play for black. I'm not quite playing with top spin, so he may be playing for blue. But I'd like to play for blue, which is just easier to get on the yellow, unless you go too far. But he's still okay. Yellow pots into his own pocket, so it doesn't have too much work to do. Whereas he's travelling from the black up to the yellow, he could just lose the cue ball slightly, a bit of nervous tension. So this is blue, it makes it so much easier. Well, it's a bit short of pace.
30.
19 points in the lead, so he's going to need yellow and green. And he's going to have to play this cue ball in and out of bulk for that green. Possibly into the same pocket as the yellow pocket, top left-hand corner pocket as we look. No, he's going to play for it in its own pocket, and he's played that really well. What a great shot that was. Wonderful positional shot.
Li Pei Fan is now over the line. He's still at the table in the 7th. It's about to go 4-3.
30.
Anthony McGill leads by 53 in the 8th against Carter, but there are 5 reds still on, so there's enough left for Carter to steal it, although a fair bit to do. But Lisowski missing that black. 5-1 looked like he was in for 5-2. He Guo Chang is turning the screw here, having come out on the wrong side twice on Judgment Day to Dom Dale and Ali Carter. He's given himself a wonderful chance here to beat the reigning Northern Ireland Open champion.
50.
Yeah, he's just doing the simple things well, isn't he? You know, everything nice and easy, nice cue action.
57.
And that was a big frame for Gao Chang and a big frame for Jack Lisowski, more importantly.
Let's head over to table 2 if we may. 6-1 to He Guo Chang. Lisowski trudges off. Got to give himself a little bit of a talking to. So 5 reds still available, 67. But McGill still very much in the driving seat in the early stages of this encounter. A little bit of toing and froing. Cracking turnout for this Judgment Day Part 2. The draw just before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow, just in case you weren't aware. Ken and I will be attending the memorial for the late, great John Virgo, John Trevor Virgo. We're having a celebration of his life at Sheffield Cathedral at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We'll be hot-footing it back from the draw, which will be at 5 Live's headquarters in Salford just before 9 AM. It's an open invitation. The snooker family get in first, and anybody, literally anybody, is welcome to the JV Memorial. If we have room, doors will open to the members of the public at the cathedral at about 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. When it's full, the doors will close, but we have arranged for speakers to be outside, so if you do end up turning up and not being allowed in because of a volume of spectators, you'll still be able to stand outside the cathedral and hear the service and the speeches and the eulogies, and it's just our own way of saying goodbye to an absolute legend who deserves a fitting send-off.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure it will, because he was a resident in Sheffield for a number of years, so knew the city very well, so it'll be nice, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of friends that couldn't make the funeral in Spain will turn out in their droves tomorrow afternoon and give him the fitting service that he deserves. We'll miss him in Sheffield, and the Crucible this year won't be the same without him, that's for sure. Great character, John was.
We came on air today to his great commentary. Brilliant pot. JV would have approved of that one from Anthony McGill. We came on air today to the sound of JV's commentary of Xiao Xiantong's historic win for China in the Asian continent last year. Light-hearted exchange there between Ali Carter and Anthony McGill. It's like they're in the unit on a Sunday afternoon, and he's still smiling.
I think he said the cue ball just rolled back, like as it stopped there. Otherwise, he might have been on the yellow. So it's a bit. But he doesn't want to take too many chances. He's got a 54-point lead. He could just put the black safe. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Just try and trickle it onto his top cushion. Might leave the possibility of a long red, but with the black sort of in a tight position on this top cushion, that will make Ali Carter's job, if he does get a chance, a lot harder. So just nestle it onto the cushion, cue ball onto the cushion, and then if you want to pot that red, fire away, Ali. That's what you're saying to him.
Match being played in a great spirit. By the way, I'm just going to keep half an eye on Fang Zhengyi, former European Open champion. Remember, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan. I thought that was a 9-8, but it's a 10-9. He's 3-all with Ben Mertens on table 4, but he's at the table on a break of 49, hoping to edge in front against the Belgian. So Mertens for Belgium on 4, Luca Brecel for Belgium on table 1. Jack Jones is at the table, Brecel 4-3 up, but Jones on a break of 32. So 2 Belgians representing their nation. Ryan Day's at the table, trailing 4-3 to Li Pei-fan. Tight one, that. Zach Surety trying to avoid an 8-1 scoreline against Zhang Anda, who just seems to be putting balls on the lampshade. Zhang Anda 7-1 up, but he trails in the 9th and final frame of their first session. So we're edging towards the business end. And unfortunately for the Jack Lisowski fan club, He Guo Chang is in again in the 8th frame, early stages on a break of 21. And while Anthony McGill ponders his next move here with a sizable advantage over Ali Carter, let's go over to table 3, because these are very, very worrying moments for Jack Lisowski, who got himself in with 5-1 and looked like he had a chance of 5-2 and missed a rudimentary black.
29.
So the Welsh Open runner-up who in so doing secured the Bet Victor bonus, an extra 150,000 across the Home Nation Series. Picked up nearly 200,000 across the bonus, and his runners-up check for the Welsh Open. Title won by Barry Hawkins, and he'd won the Northern Ireland Open, but despite a big final and a title, this is not going Jack Lisowski's way. But nobody was anticipating that, KD, from He Guo Chang.
29 break, but look at how he split the reds. Now, the big question is he on this red into the bottom right corner pocket? He certainly is. Now, can he negotiate the cue ball onto a colour? Okay. Well, you're not going to get a better chance than this, Jack, to get another frame on the board. Okay. 28 points in arrears, but he's got to start scoring. And he has to start quickly.
There haven't been many mistakes from He Guo Chang in this match so far. From his perspective, he's made a brilliant start. But this is one he must capitalise on.
Yeah, that green didn't go into the middle of the pocket, and that would certainly focus the mind.
10.
Now try and get on the black here from the next red.
50.
And he will need that red that's along the top cushion at some stage if he's going to win the frame from this visit. And of course, we remember the black he missed into that left corner pocket just in the previous frame. So far, so good for Jack Lisowski. But a bit of work to do.
24.
Jack Jones has just missed the red down the rail, but the frame was already secure. That's what that ripple of applause was for. It's now 4 apiece between the former finalist and the former champion. One more to play between Brecel and Jones on table 1. But let's stay with this. These are really important moments for Lisowski. While he gets the extension out, I'll just let you know that Zhang Anders on a break of 48. Surety was in first, trailing 7-1. That break now 49 for Zhang Anders, hoping to go into the break with an 8-1 advantage.
It's a big shot. Try and get on those reds here. Off 2 cushions. He's judged it nicely. Yeah, good shot from Jack Lisowski.
26.
Nicely on the red. He can drop onto the black as well. He's just having a look at the pink. Don't think that pink puts into the left corner, so the red that's beneath the pink will pot into the right corner pocket. And what sort of an angle has he got on the black here? Oh, he's played that nicely. That'll do you. Just separated the pink and red.
34.
5 points in the lead.
35.
He was a long way behind Barry Hawkins in that Welsh Open final and clawed his way back. I think he was 7-1 down at one stage. Got back to
42.
7-5. I think he won the first 4 frames in the evening time. So there's a lot of fight and a lot of character in Jack Lisowski, no doubt. But he's going to need all the reserves of that to try and claw himself back into this match.
47. 48.
We're not too far away from the crucial ball in this one, Ken.
The good thing is, Rob, that when he pots this black, is he's just quickly had a look at the score. The red, if he does drop it in, he'd be 27 ahead with 27 remaining.
55.
Make sure the red, whatever happens. Yeah, well played. Well played. And now he's got to make sure the black. Yeah, he's shown his character here. This has been a wonderful break, and it's going to be a huge last frame of the session, particularly for that man at the table. I think if he goes 7-2 down, it's going to be a tall order to come back from that. But 6-3, he's well in it.
68.
Yes, great character being displayed here by Lisowski, especially after that rudimentary miss black when it looked like he was in for 5-2 and all of a sudden 6-1. The wheels were definitely coming off. He steadied things here.
77.
And now needs to come out all guns blazing. So let's just see his reaction. I think perhaps head over to table 1 after this. Well done, Jack Lisowski. He desperately needed that. It's not a century, doesn't matter. He's got one on the board. The last of the session is surely another must win as we head back over to table 1, nip and tuck, last frame of the session between Jones and Brecel. And by the way, I'm keeping half an eye on table 8. We should rightly stay here and see what we get from the 23 world champion. Lines is on a break of 31. How about this? Oof, wild. Well, he might go for the middle there, a little shake of the head. Ollie Lines trailing Liam Highfield 5-0, but he's at the table on a break of 32. McGill 5-3 up on Carter. He'd done most of the hard work when we saw him nearly over the line at 4-3. Mertens and Fang Jianxi still haven't finished their 7th frame, 3 apiece. And Zhang Anda is going to go into the halfway stage, the mid-match interval, 8-1 up. It's taken a little while over the last couple of balls in that 9th frame, but 8-1 to Zhang Anda. It's a nightmare deficit for Zach Surety when they resume at 5 p.m. And Ryan Day is nearly back to 4 apiece. Li Peifan 4-3 up. Ryan Day just chalking off the last few reds.
Nice little positional shot that, just played with a trace of right hand side, running side, just to get on this red into the right corner pocket. Quick word about that attempted double by Luca Brecel. I mean, totally ostentatious, that type of shot, pushing the boat out completely. It could be heavily punished for it.
16.
Barring snookers, it is going to be 4 apiece for Ryan Day. There are still 3 reds on the table for Li Peifan, but they're in a horrible position.
24.
Choice of reds here. Go back for the black or play the red into the left centre. He's going to go back for the black. Needs an angle on this black. He doesn't want to be too straight. Yeah, played this nicely. He's on 2 reds. The red, the back of the bunch, pots, as well as, of course, this straightforward red into the left centre. It's been a quality match, this, from these 2 players on table 1. Lots of big breaks.
McGill going well on table 2. He's on a break of 35, hoping to carve out a 6-3 lead at the halfway stage against Carter. 5-3 up at the moment and in the driving seat. Zhang has finished against Zach Surety to 8-1 his advantage. Gary Wilson 7-2 next door on table 6 when they resume. Just 3 reds left on the table in this 6th frame between Liam Highfield and Ollie Lines. Ollie Lines does have a cushion, but not enough to take the frame yet.
Ooh, he's anxiously looking. Has he held the cue ball for the red? Just below the pink into this right corner. It looks pretty tight. He's still got an alternative into the yellow pocket. Well, maybe he is on it because he's sizing up the pink into the opposite middle, so it must be pretty tight. Oh, doesn't like it, or does he?
Lisowski's in, by the way, in the last frame of the session, which is an absolutely crucial one for him, trailing 6-2 against He Guo Chang. McGill's break came to an end on 35. He had to go up towards bulk. Carter hoping to claw back to within a single frame. McGill would absolutely love a 3-frame cushion at 6-3 against the 2-time finalist in 08 and 12. Different set of matches panning out today, Ken, from that which we enjoyed yesterday. We've got some quite one-sided matches at the minute.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about, weren't we, yesterday? That, you know, you're always expecting the odd one-sided match, but every match yesterday was so close. Yeah, but today it's a little bit different. 8-1 Zhang Anda, Gary Wilson 7-2, Guo Chang 6-2. But all the other matches there are pretty close, apart from Liam Highfield, of course, who's 5-0 and must-win frame, you would feel, for Ollie Lyons that.
Lisowski on a break of 20, hoping to claw back to within 3 frames. Meanwhile, Dave Hendon is clawing his way back from a cup of tea. I'm required in the studio for a chat with 2 absolute legends of snooker officialdom, shall we say. So I'll be talking to them shortly. Don't go anywhere. Judgment Day Part 2 is delivering in spades.
Lots of oohs and ahs from the crowd as Luca Brecel looks around to see what's happening on the other table. But more importantly, what's happening on this table is Jack Jones looks like he's going to take a 5-4 lead into this evening's session. As I said, it was a very risky, speculative attempt from Luca Brecel on a double, and he's got duly punished from it. Could break this.
70.
Let's go over to table 3 as we welcome the great, the legend, Dave Hendon. Oh, well, he needed a better split than that, Dave.
Yeah, he's been a little unlucky on that score, hasn't he? There's a couple of frames ago where something similar went wrong, although he did win the frame eventually. But at this stage, he needs everything to go right. He played a very confident shot, worth seeing again. Yeah, it's unlucky not to land on one. But as you say, a massive frame. If you can get out of this 6-3 It's definitely a way back. 7-2, obviously it's going to be much, much tougher.
Lisowski 6.
Yeah, I think this is a really massive frame for him if he can win this. And we'll give him a little bit of hope. It's 7-2. Well, basically got to win 8 of the 10 frames possibly then tonight. That's a tall order. As he left the plant here, I know Hego Chang had a look at these 2 reds just to the right of the pink. Are they in line to the pocket here? Let's kind of come around and have a look at them again. You know, they could, well, it'd be very, very risky. Of course, the reds would be going everywhere, but I don't think he's playing it. He's opting for the safety shot. But not the best shot. Didn't reach that ball cushion. Can Lisowski chip one of these reds into the right corner pocket? Or is he just going to play safe? He could play a bit of both. Oh, well, maybe the look is changing. Maybe it's changing. Oh, well, not on the brown. I thought he might have been on the brown to the left centre. He is on it to the corner. He's going to go for it. He's taking it on. Oh, big shot. Didn't have to take it on. He could have just rolled up behind the brown.
Meanwhile, Jack Jones has made his 3rd century. We were just watching him there. So 3 centuries for him. 5-4 up on Luca Brecel, who's had one himself. It's been a really good match. 5-4 to Jones. And we can just show you that as he mops up. So that's set up nicely for tonight as Hego Chang gets back in with a chance for 7-2. It's not a scoreline I suspect that many would have predicted this morning before they began. And if it is 7-2, then Lisowski's going to have to, of course, play better, but he's going to have to rely on Hego Chang to start to feel the pressure tonight.
Yeah, and at the moment, I mean, he looks still very, very composed. He's got great control, and there's another example of it. Look, deep screw, top side, perfect for the blue. It's not going to be a straightforward run to the line with the position of the red on the right cushion and this red closest to the left cushion. But he can accumulate enough points and get himself well back into this frame. I think what he's done today, Dave, is look, he's done all the simple things, you know, he's done them really well. He hasn't had to come out with the, oh, well, saying that. Talk about the commentator's chorus, the simple shots. I said that he hasn't missed many of them. Well, that was one of them.
It's a classic case, though. The last frame of the session always just feels bigger because, of course, the chance was there to take a 7-2 lead. He's overcut the red. Not the easiest table, but at least he's back in. Get a lot of support. It's a packed house here, and we know what a popular player Jack is. We saw the scenes at the start of the programme of him winning in Northern Ireland. That was just one of the great moments of the season, full stop. So there'll be a lot of people hoping he can turn it around, but it's up to him.
Oh, this is a lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Nice control.
6.
And have a look at this, just overcutting it. I mean, quite an easy shot. Just flicking a little bit too much unwanted side on the cue ball. Drifted offline. And he's perfect on both reds here. He's taking the one to the right centre.
7.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be a firm favourite with the crowds, wouldn't he, Jack Lisowski? The way he plays, he's got that wonderful sort of swashbuckling style.
12.
Wonderful talent.
Yeah, and he's just a nice guy, isn't he? I mean, that doesn't always mean you're going to win in sport, but it gets people on your side.
Well, he's played for the difficult brown. Potting the brown would release the red into both pockets, but he missed the black into the opposite corner pocket. That was a lot easier than this one a couple of frames ago. It was very missable. Oh, well played. Great shot.
Superb. So the last red on the cushion, just checking the scores, 23 in front, so he's going to need it. Ali Carter, by the way, is cleared up to win the last of the session, so 5-4 to Anthony McGill. That's set up perfectly for tonight, as of course Jack Jones is 5-4 over Brecel.
Important 7 points, of course, because that puts him 35 ahead with 35 remaining. Now, good safety shot, keep the red away from the pocket and try and get that cue ball behind the black and near this top cushion.
Jack Lisowski, 20.
Yeah, but it wasn't a bad little break from Jack Lisowski. It's got him in a good position here in this final frame, and a very important one is that.
Late Play Fan's going to be 5-4 up on Ryan Day's dominated frame 9, so another tight one. Ergo Chang at the moment can only force the respot here.
He's trying to swerve in between green and brown. Don't foul, whatever you do. Oh, he just managed to being able to pot it, and the handshake comes from Guo Chan. So a relieved Jack Lisowski was 5-0 down, 6-1 down, managing to win the last two to give himself a chance in the second session coming up at 5 o'clock later on.
He dug in well, didn't he, there, because he was getting frustrated, but you know, we'll see. It could turn round yet. We've seen that happen many, many times before. Now we're going to go to the studio where Rob has some special guests.
I do, but just before we get to them, this is snooker's MAGA moment. No, it is not my wardrobe of choice. However, we do have some very cool merchandise. My son calls it merch, but I keep telling him that isn't a proper word. Anyway, so for those of us born in the 70s, merchandise. You can order all this stuff on the World Snooker Tour website or buy it in the shop at the Crucible. We've got plenty of tour shirts and T-shirts. And speaking of tour shirts and T-shirts, two men who've literally been there, done it, bought them and been given them, and they're sporting them now. Leo Scullion and Jan Verhaas, two great friends of mine. It's been a privilege to work with you guys on the circuit over the last 19, 20 years, not a fraction on your longevity. And guys, your official roles as referees is about to come to an end. I actually can't believe I'm saying that. Is it beginning to sink in? I mean, I know you've got a great reception at the Scottish, Chris Wakeling winning that final, but is the reality of you no longer being a referee properly sinking in now, Leo?
Yeah, I think so. I've assessed that a couple of events since then and saw one of my esteemed colleagues having a long match. And when I glanced over, thought, yeah, I made the right decision because my legs would have been really tired by now. It was just taking so much concentration, and I could feel that the time was right.
And what about you, Jan? Was it concentration, or did you just get a feeling that you'd done everything and that side of your relationship with snooker was ready to finish?
Yeah, I think it was a mixture of both, really. I mean, a 30-plus year career, and I've like, obviously you don't get any younger, so I thought it was the right time for me to say goodbye after the World Championship last season, I have loads of other work to do. I mean, my job ain't finished yet here in development of referees and everything. So, but it was a mixture. I've had a good innings, so for me it was time to go. Yeah.
And do you feel that in terms of officials, that we're in safe hands in the future? Are there enough youngsters coming through from enough different countries?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think at the moment we've got such a great group of referees. I mean, especially you know, from every level, really. Am I right in saying that, Leo? Yeah. I mean, from the level of people that are coming in as a new ref at Q School to people are knocking on the door to becoming Crucible referees. You know, I think we're in very safe hands. And
many years from now, when you're sipping a pint, or not, could be a zero these days, when someone says to you, what's the best match, or what are in the top 3 best matches you've ever overseen, or finals, and there's so many to choose from, what would you pick out from the memory mantelpiece, do you think?
For me personally, my first Crucible final, 2003, that was my dream come true. Then obviously every Triple Crown final that I've done, and I've done plenty of them, you know, I think I've done 17, so it's very difficult to pick a certain match over a 30-odd year career, but the one that stands out definitely is the first Crucible final.
And I've got very strong memories of both of you. Before I come on to you in just a moment, Leo, one of my favourite memories of you, Jan, was that, and I know this will mean a lot to you, because everyone who was in the room that night always says the same. Do you remember when John Higgins and Judd Trump came down the stairs for the deciding session of their final in 11, and the ovation for both of them, I guess for different reasons? John had come back, his dad had not long died. Trump was this young kid putting balls off the lampshades, and he was posting on something called Twitter that nobody was familiar with. Whatever it was, that night, the touch paper was lit on the atmosphere, and I remember you having to look round all 3 sides and go, shh, because the match needed to start. Is that as strong in your mind as it is in mine?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of standing ovations between these legends of players, you know, but yeah, that one certainly stands out as well as it does for you, Rob. So, yeah, I can name you 4 or 5 maybe of those, you know, but... yeah, I mean, especially Crucible, that atmosphere, that noise, you know, is just unbelievable. And that is one of the things that I'll probably be missing most in, you know, my further years to come.
And Leo, similarly, the noise you received when you walked out, because you'd been unwell and we weren't sure to what extent you'd be able to resume your life as an official, that was also a very, very special moment for me. You said to me, if you make me cry, I'm going to kill you. I don't think you cried when you came out for the final, but you certainly had a moist one bubbling away.
Yeah, it was very emotional. So I think I just managed to hold it together. But that was most definitely the highlight of my career.
Hold it together now, Rob.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for me the abiding memory was the spirit in which that final was played between John and Judd, and both applauding each other's attempts at the 147s. So yeah, it was absolutely brilliant and thoroughly enjoyed every moment of it.
It was amazing. Now, I need both of your help individually with the others' gifts. So, Leo, first of all, I'm going to pass you a gift for Jan, and if you can hold it face out for the camera, then hopefully we'll get a chance so that the audience can see the images, and Jan can as well. So I've passed it to you. Jan, Chris Stonage has put this together. You can come round. Don't worry about the cameras. Look at this, a memento for you. And I'll just read this. I don't know how tight you can get on this. I'm going to need my glasses, I'm afraid. So it says, 6 World Championship finals, 8 Masters finals, 4 UK Championship finals, first non-Briton to referee a world final, and 8 maximum breaks refereed. And by the way, I don't know how close you can get on this. Look at that. How young is the JV there, the Jan Verhaas? Unbelievable. What a thatch.
Those were the days.
But how about that?
Yeah, that's amazing. That's not a bad career though, is it? I mean, yeah, that's amazing. Thank you very much.
And look, again, I don't know how tight you can get on there. Look, he's giving it the big shush there. the white glove. And there he is. I mean, you wouldn't mess with that present. Well, I get my fingers out of it. You wouldn't mess with that guy, would you? Absolutely brilliant.
That's excellent.
So, Jan, hopefully that will go somewhere in your house. So that's Jan's.
Thank you so much.
Now, Jan, if you could just put that down just for a second, because I need to pass you this. I really hope the string doesn't snap. Right. So you can put the microphone down if you oh, you're okay. So, Leo Scullion.
Yeah.
That ovation that you received at the start of the Scottish Open final was absolutely brilliant. So are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good, yeah.
We were determined that we had not only your smile, but Chris Wakelin's as well. So bringing down the curtain on all those years as an official. What do you make of that?
Yeah, fantastic. And thoroughly deserved by Chris to lift that trophy. And it was great to finish in my home country in the final in Edinburgh. So, yeah.
That's a smile of...
That's a genuine smile
now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was brilliant, that.
Yeah.
And it was, I watched some of that, and it was a genuine heart. I know all ovations are heartfelt, but you could just sense that the crowd knew they were part of something special when you walked out to oversee that. It was done. It was done with real class for a referee of real class.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well deserved.
Thanks very much.
So there you go.
There you go, Leo.
Thank you, sir.
So chaps, I mean, we could stand and talk all day. We're aware that, you know, both of you have got other things to do and other places to be, and we didn't want this end of an era to pass without at least spending a couple of moments on Judgment Day Part 2, talking to you and thanking you for your guidance, wisdom and contribution to snooker for so many decades.
Thanks very much.
You're two class men, and it's an honour to know
We were
you.
in trouble when we got pulled over here, but it turns out to be a fine. So thank you very much.
Saying what's going on here, and now we know.
Yeah, so there you go. Hopefully some nice mementos. So Jan Verhaas and Leo Scullion bringing down the curtain on a certain chapter of their careers. But I tell you what, if you see them in a bar anywhere near any snooker event, their stories will keep you entertained until closing time. Hendo, back over to you for now. It's been a bit emotional out here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Two legends there of the refereeing world, and we should say it's a good time to just pay tribute to all the officials here. There have been some long days for the referees, the tournament directors, and of course good luck to Rob Spencer, who is refereeing the World Final this year on May 3 and 4. There's just two matches left on this one. 4-3 to Fan Zhengyi, and it's 6-0 now, Liam Highfield over Oliver Lyne. So we'll just stay with this one for now. Close frame. Fan 18 points in front. Ooh, that was almost in, wasn't it? But didn't drop, so Ben Mertens with a chance.
One.
This last red, though, not in a great spot, really. Yeah, he was trying to get on it, and, well, he's been fortunate, actually, that he's knocked it safe, missing the black.
That's one.
So just about hanging on. Of course, he was 3-1 up at the interval, Ben Mertens.
Oh, and what a flick he's had there with the red to the green. Might have got the full ball snooker here. So Mertens now, one cushion shouldn't be an issue hitting the red, but getting it safe. There's a lot of balls in the way. It could potentially collide into something.
And again, yeah, nice nudge. So just to run down the scores, of course we've got 6 sessions over. It's 5-4 Jack Jones over Luca Brecel, Anthony McGill over Ali Carter, Lepe Fan over Ryan Day, 8-1 Zhang Ander over Zach Surety, 6-3 Hergo Chang over Jack Lisowski, and 7-2 Gary Wilson over Zhu Se, 6-0 Liam Highfield, Oliver Lyne. That continues on table 8, and here, as we can see, 4-3 So these two, I suspect, will play their last frame. I'm not sure whether Highfield and Lyons will get all 9 in, though. Saw the referees there. I mean, Jan, 6 World Finals. That's incredible, and he was such a great presence in the arena. Players really respected him. Same with Leo as well. He's given many years' service to the sport. Wonder what they'll give us, Stephen, when we retire. Probably a P45.
If you're lucky. You know, he's a proper presence, proper old school referee. Both Leo and Jan, two very well respected people in our sport, as Ben Mertens fails to send the red round the angles and leaves it to the middle pocket.
1.
So Ben Mertens, potential debutant, will be now looking
6.
to win the last frame, assuming he's not going to win this one, because Jusa is 7-2 down. Oliver Lyons 6-0 down. Herguo Chang, though, the other potential
8.
debutant, 6-3 up on Lisowski. Of course, 3 through yesterday. Stan Moody, Liam Pullen and Anthony Kowalski into the draw in the morning. So this effectively for 5-3. Well, Ben Mertens did have chances
11.
again, but his match just turning away. But all will not be lost. Well, it won't be lost at 6-3, but certainly if he can dig out the last frame of the morning, that's good morning's work overall.
15.
Yeah, and he was 3-1 up at the interval, wasn't he, Mertens? And he was looking certainly the stronger of the two at that moment, but Fang Zhengyi has managed to find a gear, played his way back into
20.
this match, and it just goes to show, you know, over the distance, these long matches, they ebb and flow.
Yeah, so big last frame coming up. We'll go though to see if Liam Highfield could continue here. 6-0, already a formidable lead, and he's in early in frame 7. It's true that in longer matches there's still time to come back, but equally it must be so demoralising in such a big match to see the scoreboard ticking over like this.
Yeah, and it's not ideal whatsoever, because the longer Oliver stays on 0, that in itself brings out a bit of stress in the arena. It gets to the point where embarrassment actually starts to take over. He's just trying so hard to get a foothold in this game, trying to get anything going, but it's just not happening today. And actually, quite the contrast for Liam Highfield. He seems to be playing really nicely, he's striking the ball well. He looks completely in control of his emotions at the minute.
60.
Every aspect of his game is just in fine fettle, and, well, to say Oliver is going to have to show us some serious battling qualities this evening would be an understatement.
Yeah, he started so well, did Highfield. He made a 1-2-6 in the frame 1. He carried on with 59, 69, 75. That was 4-0. So he really came out the blocks well, and he put more pressure on Oliver Lyons then, you know, when he got chances to do something with them, and he still is yet to do that. But that's an unexpected miss, so the door has just been slightly opened here. Not the easiest table, but you'd rather be at the table than where Liam Highfield's going to be here in his seat.
Yeah, when you've got no rhythm, every shot feels missable, every shot feels like a big one. the sake of this match, it'd be good to see Oliver just get a frame on the board quickly, because it could very easily get away from him this evening. You know, it'd be a shame for anyone's crucible hunt to come to an abrupt end and in this fashion. Not nice for anyone. But Liam Highfield, of course, he'll be doing his absolute best to keep the pressure on, because he'll know that these matches, they can change, they can turn.
Well, the reds aren't nicely placed, but he's missed the black anyway. Just been informed that we've now over 400,000 views for yesterday and today so far, so thanks to everybody for tuning in. Big night to come, 5 o'clock UK time, of course. It all kicks off. We'll be on the air at 10:02, and we'll be looking ahead to the Crucible as well with the betting odds ahead of Saturday's play. Of course, we don't yet know who's going to play who in the first round. We'll find that out in the morning. It's amazing to think years ago the qualifiers used to be months before the tournament. When Ronnie O'Sullivan first qualified for the 1993 World Championship, he qualified in the previous September. It was nearer the previous World Championship than the one he was playing in, and of course, not so much with him, but there were various people who qualified. By the time the tournament came round, they had no form at all.
It just makes no sense, really, does it, to have it like that?
This is much better, and of course it becomes about a month of snooker here in Sheffield. Now then, Ollie Lyons with a chance to cut this red in. Oh no, it's going from bad to worse, I'm afraid, for Oliver.
Oh, he could stand there all day and you would never overcut that red. It looked impossible to overcut it from where the cue ball was.
Just one of the match on. Ben Mertens, we were saying it's a big frame for him. Of course, 5-3 down, having been 3-1 up on Fang Zhengyi. Well, he is in, as we can see here, in frame 9. So if he can make a nice break to win the frame, then it's all to play for tonight for sure.
Now Liam's got the choice here in potting the red over the corner pocket, leave the angle on the black to bring a red off the side cushion. There's every chance he lands on the one closest to the right corner, every chance he lands on the one to the middle, so there's value in playing this. It's just a free opportunity to bring more reds into play.
Ben Mertens, remember, had 3 centuries in the last round. He beat Yuan Sijun 10-9. In fact, he won the last 2 frames from 9-8 down.
Well, he got the dream cannon, really, in terms of bringing the reds into play. He bought both reds off the side cushion, but the cue ball has just travelled on now, and he's not got the easiest of pots available. As Ben Mertens just 4.5 minutes into this 9th and final frame of this session. He's motoring. But he's come up short, wrong side of the blue, and it was quite a poor mistake, really, quite a big mistake, because he had so much room to play with there.
Well, he's played a great shot, Mertens, to get on that red. The cue ball really had to move, and it has. Played it brilliantly. Just needed the cue ball to run through a bit further, though. Ah, brilliant. That's a great pot. So He needs another red. He's looking to see if there's a plant here. If not, it'll have to be the loose one, but he looks confident about this plant. Well, this is not only to win the frame, but to win it in one visit. That'll make him feel good, even though he's a frame behind. You know, he's put together a nice break here. Yeah, nicely done from Ben Mertens. So that match, another one in the balance. It's one of 4 matches that where there's only one frame in it at 5-4. Liam Highfield trying to get in again. Meanwhile, but not doing so. I think he's even taller than Liam Pullen, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah, it feels like we need a wider lens on the camera because quite often we lose him out of shot. Yeah, you're right. It will make him feel really good this visit. And 5-4, it's absolutely anyone's still, in my opinion.
Well, we saw what it meant to Anthony Kowalski last night, of course, and Moody and Pullen as well. Ben Mertens, another youngster trying to get to the Crucible for the first time. He's only 21.
$90. 91.
So Highfield and Lyons are going to have the arena to themselves for the next half an hour or so.
97. 98.
Ben Mertens, this is quality. It really is. So a century to finish the session if he pots this black. And still 140 on. Yeah, that'll make him feel great as he leaves the arena. He'll have 2.5 hours before he and Fang Zhangyi return. Fan has played nicely as well overall. Set up perfectly for 5 o'clock this evening when they restart.
106.
Can Oliver Lyons get some sort of foothold here? I suspect they'll probably have one more frame, won't they, after this one?
$130.
Well, how well has Ben taken these? He's looked so impressive. In a session that has had, well, so many century breaks. They've been flying in all over the arena.
Well, it's the 7th century he's made in his World Championship career, but the 4th this year, and it will be his highest in the World Championship if he can clear the 4 colours for 140.
422.
Ollie Lyons just can't quite get in. Meanwhile, on table 8.
427. 133.
Wonderful break from a serious talent from Belgium, who, like his compatriot Luca Brecel, is just one behind. Brecel trailing 5-4 to Jack Jones. Ben Mertens trailing 5-4 to Fang Zhangyi. An enjoyable and high-quality session is over. So just one match left on in this session, and this frame, not a lot happening at the moment. All these reds near cushions. 1 point in it. But of course, crucially, Liam Highfield is 6-0 up.
Yeah, I think of all the matches on display here today, this is the one that has been the more scrappier affair. You know, some real hard match snooker is being played here. Okay, Liam Highfield, he made those 4 big breaks, didn't he, to go to the interval 4-0 up, but in amongst those there was some solid match play too. And I think that's a credit to him actually, because in years gone by he's certainly let the emotions get the better of him and maybe hasn't shown signs of patience, but he's been the absolute picture of patience today. And so far he's completely got control of this match, and he's got control of his opponent. So the cue ball catching the colours up by the baulk line has left an opportunity at this long red. It looks unnatural to just fully commit 2 cushions for the black. If you get the pot, you'll be perfect. But he hasn't got the pot, and that is another lifeline that has been thrown Oliver's way. Now what can he make of it?
Feels like it's going to be about the red just off the right hand side cushion.
Well, he's landed low on this black now, and there might be value in going the 2 cushion route in and out of baulk. Chance to maybe lift that red, push it closer to the corner pocket, but what you can't do is miss the black. Well, again, another example of some hard match snooker from Liam Highfield. Entertained no thoughts of potting any colour there, purely for the points. Could not get on the red. So taking the opportunity to try and get some points another way.
Yeah, Liam Highfield again looking to turn the screw. Red out in the middle of the table as well. So this is missable.
Yeah, there's a lot of danger involved with this shot. Because even if he hits the red, he's got to play it with a touch of pace or get the correct contact to send it close to a cushion. No, it's a great shot. One thing I will say is quite clear that 6-0 down is obviously a nightmare start, but Oliver is remaining very disciplined with his attitude out there. He's playing the correct shots, he's trying his hardest to get something going, but sometimes it just doesn't quite happen. And he's got to stick in there. He's got to try and get a frame on the board, because this game it could turn. But Liam Highfield is looking very strong. Of course, both in the corner of Anthony Hamilton now. So whichever way this verdict goes this evening. The Sheriff will have a representative at the Crucible.
Yeah, I was wondering how that works today. I mean, does he just stay away from the two of them, or Chris Henry's been in that position before, where he's got both players?
Now, I think he spent a bit of time with them both this morning on the practice table, obviously at different times. You know, I think he just wants them both to play well. You know, just have a proper good tear up out there, let the best man win. And I saw him in the Players' Lounge just recently, a few moments ago, and you know, he wants Oliver to find something because he wants him to make a bit of a game of it. Why wouldn't he? Let's have a good match between both of his players.
Well, he's not quite snookered this time, I don't think. He could have been in behind the brown. He's been put through his paces here in a big way, but still hanging on in this frame. Just 1 point in it on the last red. 26-minute frame and counting. Can Lyons just find something here?
Well, I was going to say it ideally not like to pot the green here because it just increases the distance between yellow and green once it goes back on its own spot. But that's the way he's chosen to go. And that's not ideal where he's landed. Not too much angle to play with now.
So he's nudged 5 points clear with 5 balls remaining.
Well, this is quite an important safety exchange on this green ball because it feels like whoever gets first chance to have a go at it with the opportunity to get position on the brown, it could be the frame winning shot. Neither player will require the black at this stage.
Well, while we watch this one, I'll give the answer to the competition I set earlier to win my book, Pots of Gold, A History of Snooker. So the question I asked was who was the last first-time champion to the next year reach the one table, the semi-finals at least. And you have to go back to 2002. Ronnie O'Sullivan is the answer. So that tells you that Crucible curse, you know, is not just about not winning it. A lot of players lose early. So Ronnie O'Sullivan, 2002. Quite a few people got it right. The winner is Scott, who's he says he was a fan of Celtic and his favourite players are Mark Selby and John Higgins. In fact, Mark Selby is his picture on X. As meanwhile the green goes in, big shot from Highfield, and he's on the brown if it bounces. So I'll contact you shortly, Scott, and arrange to send you the book.
It's Not Scott Donaldson, is it?
Don't think so. I don't think Scott Donaldson would have a picture of Selby somehow as his avatar. Oh, and he's missed the brown. Wow. Well, Oliver Lyons must have thought it was 7-0. A lifeline out of nowhere.
Well, that could be huge. That really could. What a miss that is from Highfield after playing the green so well. Oh, he's got to steady himself now. 3 pots to get on the board. And it will be the biggest sigh of relief, I would imagine, from Oliver Lyons. Oh, he struck that really sweetly. He's absolutely perfect on this blue. He couldn't have played that brown any better. Well, what a miss that could be from Liam Highfield come the end of play tonight. Of course, he's still got such a commanding lead, but that's the sort of miss that will stick in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, Oliver Lyons has struggled. He hasn't played well, but he has won his first frame, and I reckon they'll probably play one more. So he could still get out of this 6-2. He's not exactly going to celebrate that, but he's won the frame. It could easily have been 7-0. It is 6-1. Now, of course, tomorrow night, Stephen, it's the Champions Dinner. They inaugurated this a couple of years ago, and all the former champions gather. It's a nice dinner. We've got the menu. I'm going to read you the menu while we've got a moment here. Okay, so the starters, there's a choice. Well, you can make your choice here. Not that you're invited, but anyway. We have smoked duck and citrus salad, shredded beef with aged tangerine peel, or chilled silken tofu with soy and ginger. No thanks on the third one.
No, not for me on the third one, but I'm all around the smoked duck and citrus salad. Yeah, that's a proper bit of me. What about you, Dave?
No, I think so. I'd go with that. The main course, we've got pan-seared sea bass with soy sauce, or black pepper beef tenderloin, or braised eggplant with garlic and chilli. All look nice.
Well, again, option 3 is not for me. I'm getting heavily amongst the black pepper beef tenderloin.
I think I would go sea bass, but again, we're not invited. And the desserts, there's only 2 choices here. We've got, I don't even know what these are. I'm going to read them out. Mango pomelo sago, I don't know what that is, or osmanthus jelly with goji berries.
Yeah, I'll have the cheese board.
I really hope Mark Williams wins it this year, because I tell you what, next year you'll be getting Nando's if he wins.
Yeah, starter will be Nando's or a kebab. They're your 2 options.
It's a nice touch, though. I enjoy seeing the pictures. You know, Cliff Thorburns, your Stephen Hendrys, your John Higginses, all the guys, Steve Davis, John Parrott, all the legends who've won the tournament. Remember, this event's been going 100 years, and that trophy that's in our studio next door, there's only 29 names on it. So, you know, it's a really exclusive club. Of course, sadly, we've lost a few of them as the years have gone on, but it'll be a great gathering, I'm sure, and there'll be a lot of chat, a lot of banter, and also there's going to be, in the midst of it all, Ken Doherty's going to do a toast to the late John Virgo, who will be much missed, of course, at the Crucible this year as part of the BBC team. So we've got, we reckon, one more frame to bring you, and it is, of course, the last frame between Liam Highfield and Oliver Lyons. That menu, it said it was inspired by Jazz in Time. I'm not sure whether he chose any of it or what, but anyway, hope everyone has a good time.
Yeah, and it's a great idea, I think, because it brings all the former champions together. It allows the defending champion to create a menu that, you know, it shows their culture and what they like, and it's for others to enjoy.
Well, Oliver Lyons will have enjoyed that. Lovely long red. I mean, if you get out of this 6-2, you know, it's still trouble, but for all money, it should have been 7-0 down there. Liam Highfield missing the brown.
Well, I'm surprised he's played that the way he has. It was a great long red. Here it is again. I thought he might have gone at the black with a little more pace, just trying to send that lone red next to the black into the pack of reds and bring more into play. He played it a little bit tentatively. It looked a natural from here to play the red through the reds.
should say, the TNT commentary team, of which I'm part. We've got a all-you-can-eat Chinese planned, and you know the guys on that team, Stephen. A lot will be eaten.
Well, it seems like everyone's got plans for Friday night or tomorrow night, apart from me.
It's interesting. The pubs around the Crucible, of course, they do well out of the tournament. And I noticed one, they've got sort of snooker balls, you know, on the window and everything. It's a big deal for the economy in Sheffield. It's reckoned to be worth between 4 and 5 million a year. All the people coming, spending money in hotels, in bars, restaurants, shops over the 17 days plus the qualifying as well. That's why they were so keen to keep it, of course.
Yeah, it's great for the city, and I've got friends that, you know, look forward every year to making that pilgrimage to the Crucible. They, you know, book time off work, they get tickets, they make a proper few days of it. You know, they look forward to the snooker, but then it's planning the evening, where to go for food, where to have drinks, and then do it all again the next day. It's a proper good few days out. And of course this year, with the introduction of the new tickets, Dave, the Legends Walks tickets are still available.
Yeah, well, they used to be the media seats, although very often it wasn't the media who was sat there. I remember one year I was asked to move because Westlife were coming. I don't remember them writing for any newspapers.
Yeah, how rude is that?
I mean, years ago, in those media seats, because you are close, and Terry Griffiths was playing, and it was a particularly tense frame, as they often were with Terry. And there was a guy writing for a newspaper. He was making notes on a notepad. He had a sort of squeaky pen. The nib of the pen was squeaking, and Terry came over and asked him to stop writing because he could hear. It was just in his head. So that's, you know, the Crucible. Its intimacy is its great strength, actually, and when they refurbish it, the playing area is not changing. It's the seating that's changing. They're putting more seats in.
Yeah, and actually, wherever you sit in the Crucible, you're so close to the action anyway, but those seats, you'll be literally on the dance floor, so to speak, right in amongst the heat of battle. You'll be able to hear the players breathe, you know, feel every movement around the table. It's pretty intense, actually.
Well, John Higgins, because famously the first year he played, they played Alan McManus, and he just didn't get on with it at all. And he kind of, I mean, obviously he changed his mind, but he just found it really uncomfortable. And he said one of the problems was because he made a bad start, and he said there were two sort of elderly women sat in the front row, and he could hear them between frames saying, you know, this wee boy's not very good, is he? We've heard all about him. He doesn't seem to be playing very well. He could hear it all. But that's one of the unique challenges. Also, they sit next to each other, don't they? I always find that fascinating psychologically. You don't get that anywhere else. You've got to sit right next to the other guy. He might just have cleared up against you or made a big break. And some people chat, but most people just sort of look forward and are desperate to get on with the next frame.
It still always amazes me when the Crucible is transformed from the two tables set up to the one table. You go from having no space whatsoever, and as you say, the players basically sat on one another's laps in the corner, and then all of a sudden you seem to have so much room. It looks like the longest walk ever from your seat to get back to the table. It's an incredible place.
Yeah, the late Mike Watterson is the man responsible. He was the promoter in the 70s, and there was some pretty run-down venues they went to in the 70s. And his wife Carol, it's quite a famous story, but she'd been to see a play at the Crucible, which had only been open a few years to that point. And she knew he was looking for a venue, and she said, why don't you go and look at it? And he went to look at it, and there was only just enough room. He measured the floor just enough room to get the 2 tables in, but 1977, of course, was the first year, and here we are. Next year we're going to celebrate the 50th anniversary, and we're going to be here until at least 2045. And it's apt that it is a theatre, because there's been so much drama, unscripted, of course, over the years.
Yeah, well, I think that these two might be here till 2045 trying to solve this frame, because it's going absolutely nowhere at the minute. The reds in baulk are causing issues for both. The trouble with having such a lengthy frame at the end of the session is that the 5 PM session soon comes around and you don't get much of a chance for an interval in between. Ideally, you want to get back to the hotel, freshen up, go out, get some food. But there's not going to be that long at all to do that now for either.
Yeah, you don't really want to be hanging about the venue, but equally, where is there to go, really? Like you say, might not be time to eat. Now then, Liam Highfield, I think he's taken this red on to left middle. So that breaks the impasse.
Yeah, he's found one there, hasn't he? Played it in such a way that he felt like he couldn't leave too much, if anything, for Oliver, so there was value in it. Spotted that one, which Oliver didn't in playing into the reds.
Well, may still be on the red by the green. But,
6.
well, maybe not. It's not nice queuing either way. Oh, he knocked it in though.
I'll tell you what, that was a really good pot actually from where he was, because the previous shot from the blue was not good at all, really, to leave his cue or where he did. Nasty business, that sort of shot queuing over a red, especially when you're trying to get a thin contact.
I've had a great message here from Sean Murphy, who's watching. He said about, I mentioned Westlife, and he said, I was playing in that session when Westlife were there. They stood up to leave after a few frames, and an audience member asked if there was a key change coming. Sean, of course, snugly in the draw. No qualifying for him for many years. Not since he won it, of course, in 2005. Been there every year since, as a seed.
Yeah. Could you please stop talking? Thank you.
Well, please stop talking. Kevin Dabrowski says, I don't know whether he's speaking to us or the crowd. Some of the things we've said.
He's talking to Sean.
Puts.
Confirm that this is going to be the last frame of the session. Well, it's so much about concentration, isn't it? And if we're looking just to keep the focus now, try and win this frame. 7-1 is a fantastic lead.
90.
His world ranking's 92, but it's a little bit false that because, of course, it's 1 year's points. He came back on at the start of the season.
20.
Well, he's got a good opportunity here to really pull away in this match now. 6-1 is already a good lead. 7-1, it feels like there might not be too much wiggle room for Oliver Lines this evening. His level is absolutely going to have to improve. Liam Highfield, you would fancy from what we've seen in this session that he's going to get chances tonight, and then it's a case of whether he can stand up and take them. So just, again, not for the first time, I think this has been a bit of a theme throughout this week from Liam Highfield. He's just steadies himself. He's really analysing every time he comes to the table, making absolutely sure he knows where he's going, what he's doing, and how he's going to play the shot.
Yes, and it's a major achievement, I think, to qualify from round one. We saw, of course, Liam Pullen do that yesterday. You know, to win 4 best of 19s takes a lot out of you.
40.
Well, he will need to go into the 5 reds by the pink spot, unless any of them pot, which, from where we are, that doesn't look likely. So looking to just tidy up the balk end. Little glance at the score, he'll realise now that he will need to play that cannon at some point. Again, just keep it simple. Mop up the 2 reds in balk, look for an angle from the next colour into the reds, and it's job done for Liam Highfield this afternoon. So, positional shot is going to be key now. Pot this red, avoid the underside of the brown, nice angle on the blue. It's not the best of packs to go into, actually. If he catches the red directly beneath the pink spot full, there is a chance that he sticks on it. And it might not open the reds up too nicely anyway. So it's the sort of shot that you need to get absolutely right. Perhaps doesn't want the absolute full ball cannon to the red. The only problem is with catching it the way he did
55.
is that you tend to lose the cue ball. Yeah, and good decision. There was just absolutely no point in taking that red on. And he's followed it up with a pretty good safety shot.
Useful lead, 47 with 67 on the table. Well, but for kissing the yellow, that cue ball was coming in and out of ball. Tense end to the session. It's been actually a closely fought match in some ways. It's just the scoreline isn't. But lines, as we saw, salvaged that last frame. Desperate to get a chance to do the same here in this one.
Yeah, it's one of those matches that could easily have been, you know, 4 each, 5-3. But I'm not saying that Liam doesn't deserve the lead, because ultimately it's about who makes less mistakes. If you can't find your absolute A game, make less mistakes, and that's what Liam's done. I thought he played really well in the first 4 frames of the session as Oliver finds a long pot, a rare long pot actually for today's long game has not been firing. But what can he do with it? Yeah, it's quite a well thought out shot actually. It didn't look much, but the touching ball doesn't help. Well, actually it might do, you know, because Liam now can't play off the red that he is touching, and it now passes the pink, so that could cause problems. If he doesn't get the cue ball hidden somewhere, he's going to leave a chance at the long red, you would feel. Now, if he's playing up to balk, the pace of this shot is absolutely key. Yes, he'd like to snooker Oliver behind something, but at the very least, get that cue ball welded to the balk cushion. Oh my word, what a result he's had there. I mean, that is... well, he could not have wished for a better outcome. He's flicked the brown safe, the cue ball has just drifted past the yellow, and now Oliver's in big trouble. I mean, there's next to no room for error with this shot, if it's what he played. I think Getting the cue ball in behind the yellow was a bit of a bonus there. Getting the cue ball on the cushion was the intention. Well, clearly Oliver not happy with the course of the cue ball. And I must say, I do feel his pain. I played on table 8 the other day and it was drifting badly, to be honest. I do know the fitters were out there trying to rectify it, but it's not for the first time today. From both players, I've seen them gesticulate that the cue ball might not have travelled true. But that's always the risk you take, playing that shot at that pace.
Well, took his time over that, but he's knocked it in. Just checking the scores. Pink to lead by 46. He'll need one more red to effectively make it 7-1. It's been hard fought. It kind of, as I say, it feels like it should be closer, but it is what it is. And the fact is that the frame Oliver Lyons won. Really, Liam Highfield should have won it. He missed the brown. Just needs to drop this red in and should be on pink or black as well. Yeah, give me the rest back. Not quite on the black as intended, but if he can pot it, then it's surely 7-1 to Liam Highfield to complete quite a lengthy morning's work, but a happy one for him. He's just 3 frames from a 4th appearance at the Crucible. In it goes. Bit of a nightmare start for Oliver Lyons. Can he come out tonight and just make something happen early on, put some pressure on? That's his only hope, really, try and win early frames. Couple of one-sided matches, of course. Yangander 8-1 up on Zach Surety. Gary Wilson 7-2 up on Zhu Se. You never know, though. In the World Championship, we've seen all sorts of comebacks and unlikely stories down the years. There's the handshake. It's been Liam Highfield's morning here. The last match of the session ends a frame early, but it's Liam Highfield much the happier. He's leading Oliver Lyons by 7 frames to 1, and they'll have about an hour and 50 minutes before they come back to play to a finish. Well, it's been a very interesting session of snooker, and we're going to wrap it all up now with Rob Walker in the studio.
Well, what a session that was. And that's a really funny match, that, because Liam Highfield is comfortably in front, but he's had to work quite hard for a couple of those frames, despite Ollie Lines not being at the races.
Yeah, it's been a strange match, really. Neither have sort of seemed to spark into that top gear that maybe they'd hoped for. And, you know, I was wondering coming into this day, you know, whether both players see this as a great opportunity, because they both probably fancied the job. They've both come through tough sections, and all of a sudden they see it as a realistic chance of beating one another. And quite often that can then cancel one another out. And I think that's what we've seen. Liam's, you know, he's looked good for his lead. It's probably a commanding lead that maybe could have, you know, been a little bit different. You know, the scoreline could certainly have been different, but Liam Highfield going 4-0 up, he played strong in the first session, and, you know, he's played some real solid match play today, some solid match snooker.
And do you think it's come down to Ollie being nervous about the fact that this is his first experience of Judgment Day?
I'm not sure, really, because, you know, his game in general, Oliver's, has been good. You know, he was in great spirits this morning, striking the ball really nice on the practice table, and he's been playing well all week. And I just think it's a case of both players really see this as an opportunity and perhaps maybe trying a little bit too hard. You know, quite often when you're really searching for something out there and it's not quite happening, it can just spiral a little bit out of control and the match can sort of get away from you. But look, they've got a couple of hours now, or an hour and a bit to sort of,
yes,
you know, go away, gather their thoughts, come back later for this evening session, and hopefully one of them can just spark into life and it can just bring out the best in both.
Well, let's hope so. If you've been dipping in and out of Judgment Day Part 2, here's a clarification on the scorelines. Luca Brecel trailing by 1 against Jack Jones. It's been nip and tuck, that one, but Jones edging ahead, the former finalist, in front against the former champion from 23. McGill against Carter. Good performance, that, from Ali Carter. He was 3-1 down at one stage, reducing those arrears to just a single frame. There's so much life left in that one. Carter, the two-time finalist. McGill, a semi-finalist. And what a match that was against Karen Wilson way back when. He Chang, well, it is a commanding lead, but perhaps it could have been even bigger. Taking the last two of the session was a lifeline for Lisowski. 6-1 down, but now 6-3. He's not out of it, but he needs a really quick start when we resume at 5 o'clock. Fan Cheng-Yi, just a frame ahead of Ben Mertens, but how well did Mertens do to take the last of that session? He took the 9th with a break of 140. And then onto the second page, well, we do have some one-sided matches. This is going to take a monumental comeback for Zach Surety, the man who set that record of 4 centuries on his debut despite losing to Ding last year. But Zhang Anders almost there. His scoring's been amazing. 4 centuries, 4 half-centuries. Gary Wilson's also been impressive. Not 1 break of 136, but 2. And Zhu Se has a metaphorical mountain to climb. Wilson is edging closer to another appearance at the Crucible, and he's a nightmare draw because he's not afraid of anybody. Ryan Day trails Li Pei Fan by just a single frame, and there's never been more than a single frame in that match. That is surely destined to go 10-9 all the way, and we've just seen Liam Highfield edge to within 3 of the winning line. Ollie Lines needs to find something very quickly when we resume. So, you've been smoothly guided through the action by Stephen Hallworth. Dave Hendon, he's gone for a lie down with a towel over his face. We're going to get more questions from his book when we resume. What have we got? We're on about an hour and 3/4 and we will be back. There are 8 places left in the draw tomorrow morning, just before 9 a.m. on 5 Live. We're ever so close to completing the lineup for the 2026 Halo World Snooker Championship. We'll see you again in less than 2 hours.
Absolutely tremendous.